Morena, good morning. We are 9 minutes after 9. Apologies about the late start. Monday morning, and a few of us getting caught out with parking requirements. But we're back underway with our public deliberations for the hearing of submissions for the Taumata-o-Hakitekura in Lomond and Tapunui Queenstown All Reserve Management Plan. Councillor Ferg elected as the chair last week. Councillor Guy, Councillor Wong, good morning. Morena to you. Brianna, Sophie, and Jeannie from staff. Good morning to you, Dave, Morena, Sophie, our guidance democracy officer. Titles are changing all the time. Good morning to you. Thank you for being here for the public deliberations. Just to go through our requirements this morning to get us underway. There are no apologies or leave requests. This meeting also, by the way, is being recorded. And that's currently underway. No apologies or leave requests. Declarations, conflicts of interest, no. Confirmation of the agenda. A resolution is required. A mover and a seconder. That the agenda be confirmed without additional alteration. Do we have a mover? Councillor Wong, seconder. Councillor Guy, in favour. Passed. We move on to item number 1, which is the reporting officer summary. Any reporting or additional information since the hearing of submissions. As we made it aware last week, the panel were keen to get out on site visits. That has occurred. As I've got a reporting officer who can report back on the site visits the other day, last week.
Yes,
it's just been brought up.
So we've got a summary of the site visits in the plans, and so in Lomond we met at Wynyard Crescent. So I'll just go through it. Should I just go through the points here, and we've got it in an email as reference as well. So met at Wynyard Crescent, and we looked at parking, signage and wayfinding, access, bike trails. We discussed the Fernhill Loop and how there's limited facilities such as toilets in that area. We then went down to the 1 mile reserve entrance, and we discussed parking, current use of the reserve, such as informal recreation. We looked at the vegetation in the area, the 1 mile powerhouse, signage, connectivity and trails. Then we walked up the 1 mile track to Thompson Street. And at Thompson Street, we looked at vegetation in the reserve surrounding the urban boundary. We then went past the Lomond Crescent entrance, and we looked at signage and the limited parking in that area. We then went down to Lakeview Lot 9, which is currently fenced, but we had a look at the Tiki Trail entrance at the moment and future opportunities within that site and linking into Lakeview. From there, we went round to the Brecon Street Skyline Bottom Terminal, and we looked at trails, access and parking, and took the gondola up to the top terminal. At the top terminal, we discussed the district plan zoning, leases and licences, access to Lomond, helicopters, wildfire, mountain biking, walking trails, and the access road through the reserve. From there, we looked back over to the Queenstown Hill Reserve, and we discussed the commonage easement, unauthorised mountain bike trails, vegetation, entrance points surrounding the reserve, and also the forestry plan.
Great, thank you. No questions at all, panel? Lisa, about at this point?
No, just thank you to staff that accompanied us on the site visit, and definitely showed its value in understanding what was going on out here.
As I mentioned last week, there's a lot involved in this, and just to back up what Lisa says, thank you staff for accommodating our request to get out and about and have a look, be face to face. I guess for us as the panel is to be guided to a certain extent by staff this morning, or however long it takes us to move to wherever we end up today. So I guess from that point of view is around How do you see taking us through the public deliberations, and also good morning to media and the public who might be out here viewing this out there.
Have all of the, yeah, if we want to do the themes first.
Yeah, so we talked about this last week, the best way to go through such a large volume of submissions, and some which are quite complex, some which have quite have implications for management of the reserves, is that perhaps we could go through the values as are described in the sort of second round of objectives, isn't it, on the plan? So we can touch on the vision up front, because obviously that is setting the scene for the whole plan. And there was one submission on the vision, and then going through to skip forward a little bit past the key objectives, which are quite generic, and then go into the specific objectives, which sort of address each of the characteristics or the management challenges of the reserve. And then we can look at the specific submissions, those of which sort of are beyond those specific objectives, and then we can come back to the general objectives, which is a good way to sort of wrap up the overall theme and the intent of the management plan, is to check that we've captured everything. That was our thinking last week, but I'm also happy to take the lead from you guys, obviously, as to how you want to get through all of this today.
Councillor Guy, Wong.
Don't think there is a right way or wrong way of doing this. I've written the issues, but they fit with the objectives. So I'm happy with your suggestion there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty much the same. I've come at it and back at it and round it and from many approaches, and where I sort of last landed was actually just going back to the draft and going through section by section and thinking, was the draft plan actually already capturing within the scope of the submissions, or are there specific paragraphs and clauses that we need to come down into? And I probably came up with about 5 or 6 main themes, but happy to be for the discussion to flow through like that, and can see we've got some tracked changes. I think it's just that bit of really showing where we're responding to submissions and however we approach that. So yeah, thank you.
Like some wordsmithing going on today, I suspect.
Without repeating what Councillor Guy and Wong have said, it's complex. I like some words that I heard last week, I think in the submission process, I think it was, or someone who said it's like a handshake with the community. Was that you, Dave? And that struck a note with me, but we've got a lot to get through. So we will be guided by, we'll take your lead, Jenny, and we'll get going and see where we end up.
And I think just in a way to capture this as well, obviously we've got this meeting recorded in deliberation minutes, but also the table that Sophie's really helpfully prepared, pulling everything together. We can add another column to that too, where we've specified where we've addressed those submission points and what changes we've made or not, and the reasons why. So that's just a way to provide assurance that each of the submissions has been considered and addressed.
Well, shall we get the referee to blow his whistle and we'll kick off?
Yeah.
Right, over to you.
Start with the vision, and there was a submission from Zitrek about splitting it for the 2 reserves. So it just came to.
Can I make a little suggestion?
Sure.
If we're going to go through, just to maybe to the chair, so if we're going to go through this thing in terms of the RMP, just quote the page numbers or the reference numbers,
Yeah.
So it just sort of gives the public.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Dave. Yes.
So on page 5, page 5,
There's going to be two sets of pages. There's the pages from the complete hearing report. And then there's the pages within the management plan document. So Bryce referring to the actual draft.
Let's
Yeah.
refer to the actual draft when we talk about the page numbers, is it? And then unless we're actually bringing up a submission and then we will refer to the page in the.
Yeah. they're not-
Yeah, slight technical hitch, mine's just opening as one full,
Yeah, same here.
no
Just looking for
pages.
for page
So
numbers.
maybe just section
Change it.
numbers.
Have you got
Of the
it
draft.
opened in
Changes.
Word?
Yes, the reviewing option in the top right corner, it gives you the option to open in desktop.
And it's, then it's a bit of
Oh,
format
there
to
we
use,
go,
isn't it?
okay, yeah, great. What page then? 5, was it?
Yes. I know it says 3 down there, but it's the fifth page in the document, so we.
Yeah.
So you're calling it page 3 or?
Page
You're
3,
calling it-
sorry. No, it's the 5th page, but it's called page 3. Just a comment on the vision, there were some comments with the biodiverse landscapes and how they may not be biodiverse at the moment, but this vision is future looking and it's, I guess, our aspiration for the site. So this is to guide us on where we want to go, not what's there right now. I think that's
My thought on that was, do we need an intermediary step with the vision of removal of conifers, which we don't really state in the vision. It's more aspirational, what it's going to look like and when it's finished versus what is the stage, which is a significant stage, right? Is removing the conifers from the reserves. So, and there was a comment made in one of the submissions that the vision isn't quite fit for where we need to go next. So yeah, I'm just wondering whether we need to mention wilding conifers in the vision as well. And an aspirational vision around that.
Yeah, I've been reflecting on that as well and hearing some of those submissions, and particularly from the WCG. I think without acknowledging the current state, it's almost too aspirational to go to a biodiverse, healthy forest when it is so far down the other end of the spectrum in terms of the monoculture of invasive wilding pines. So somehow acknowledging, that step, that's part of it, because it's also very aspirational to remove most, if not all, of the conifers and the work that would be involved in that. So I feel like we've kind of gone to maybe the 500-year vision, which is amazing. Maybe we need a 30-year stepping stone acknowledgement.
But because as you said, that vegetation removal is significant and it will change before we get to the biodiverse, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because if it-
Halves.
Yes.
If ideally it is a 10-year plan,
That's right.
we need a
We
10-year,
need to be.
where do we see ourselves in 10 years? Whilst building towards that future stage.
I've got some wording here, which I'm just going to throw some words. That the reserves will be restored as iconic alpine landscapes. Don't know whether iconic's the right.
The guidance from last week.
Free from invasive wilding conifers. And then you can go on to say something about where, say, native biodiversity thrives. So it's just acknowledging that wilding conifer piece where the vision is to try and restore it back to its native state or whatever form, I guess we want. Maybe it's not its native state because we intend to plant exotics there as well. So
Can you just repeat the words about the conifers?
yeah, sure. Where the reserves will be restored to iconic alpine landscapes free from invasive wilding conifers. So that doesn't actually state what we're going to replace them with. It just sort of says, right, we want
That's
invasive
what the
conifers
meaning
gone.
is, to have be free of it.
Yeah.
And that's a good, it could be reflected in a 10-year or it could be reflected in a long term, so it's actually, yeah.
And whether you want to
Like
put
the
staged in
restored
there or not.
to wording as well, because it kind of,
Sorry.
the restored to, I like that
Yeah,
wording, because it sort of suggests a staged
yeah.
aim, but not time or fund.
You could say it's restored to a, like, well, to a biodiverse alpine landscape. Does that work?
And
It's tricky.
could I make a suggestion that if we remove the iconic, but then
Yeah,
at
I
the
mean,
front, we
yeah,
could use highly valued reserves
Yes.
would be restored.
Yeah.
Just to use that language that was already there.
I'm not hung up on that word. It's just,
I'd quite like some discussion around that word, because I found it really useful, staff clarification of the term iconic under a DOC perspective and local treasures and backcountry and those kind of descriptions. And I do note that it did come up through submissions, even if it was just in casual reference. But the words I pulled out of vision were, the first word was actually iconic, and thinking of kind of, again, blue sky thinking, aspirational. We'd love for our reserves to be considered iconic on a DOC level of criteria. But then I also picked up backdrop, and I liked Matt's inference there around alpine landscapes, because it's that real, they are kind of framing our community in those backdrop visual senses. And biodiverse came out really strongly. Accessibility is one of my main thinking themes around this, and at the moment I feel that's quite confused. I'll speak more to that as we go through the different themes. And then the broad range of sustainable activities is really, you know, the broadness of it, the informal recreational, the commercial recreational, the sustainability of that. So those were the bits in the vision I felt that were really good, but how do we make sure they've got the volume turned up on them a bit? And I like what Matt's just tabled there, because I think iconic alpine landscapes, if we're thinking future vision of social, economic and environmental and cultural, of going, these are backdrops to our city, and they will be iconic from a local perspective and a visitor's perspective. If we eliminate the wildlands and we reforest it and we get that balance right across everything else, then they really will have all those bits ticked.
I think the key here is landscapes. That's what we're talking about.
Landscapes,
being
alpine,
Yeah.
and iconic.
Yeah, I guess we shouldn't be, I don't know, deterred's the right word, but I like your thinking there, Lisa, and Matt, with iconic, it's a pretty powerful word. I know there was some comment around the use of the word last week. Yeah.
And it's a visionary statement, right?
Yeah,
It's
that's
not
right.
where we're at now. This is the aspirational thinking. This is the
Okay.
30, 50, 100, or, but is that setting the bar too high? Are we then going, well, actually, we're aiming at top of the pyramid from a DOC perspective, as you said, where this definition of iconic actually has parameters in it. And really, we're talking about local treasures or backcountry or whatever those other descriptives are. I also think alpine environments, there's conversation through our submissions and through our thinking around accessibility for transportation and gondolas, and we've got one in existence there. And where are we allowing flexibility and adaptability to consider some of these things? Again, I think iconic alpine landscapes, if I think globally, do make some accommodation for connectivity and accessibility by other means through these areas. And I'm thinking of communities where there are gondola links or things connecting and providing accessibility. And does that fit within our alpine landscape iconic thinking? That's all my thoughts on vision. That's all my thoughts on vision.
And
Yeah.
then really helpful discussions, actually. I think it's always really helpful once we've got to this stage in the process to go back and look at the vision and go, yes, that is the guiding paragraph, I guess. And so one thing I would point out is in terms of the native biodiversity element, that is a really strong theme when we engage with Mana Whenua and the work that we have done in this space in the early stages of this national plan and the Blue-Green Network is really that restoration to a native forest or, you know, the native vegetation. And I know that that's been done, you know, even through the work we've done in Project Tohu as well. So if we can somehow weave that into the vision as well, with in the context of what we're talking about, not being too, you know, the 1,000-year utopia, that's important to just be very cognizant of what Mana Whenua, what their vision for the reserve is as well. Accessibility, one of the reasons that was in the vision is not only for, you know, everybody of every means to be able to access that environment, but it's also around the proximity of that wilderness, mountainous terrain to our CBD. That's very unique as well, and that's part of the icon. Or I also thought, you know, as a taonga, as a, you know, it's a really special part of Queenstown, and it makes Queenstown what it is, along with the Remarkables and Lake Wakatipu and things. So, you know, and then is it a destination or is it the whole setting and all of the characteristics and everything that goes with that? So that's my thoughts. I think if we can sort of broaden beyond just thinking about Bob's Peak, but is it the whole of Ben Lomond and Queenstown Hills and beyond those mountains and being right close to town?
Which in the last 20 years, that's what it's become, more than just Bob's Peak, isn't it?
Yeah, yes.
That really came out. And when I'm thinking accessibility, when we look at the commuter use and links through the trails, and potentially even more so if this does become gondola linkages in the blue sky thinking future. But how many people we met that were in different areas of it, or seeking better access, or connecting closer to their homes along the fringes of the reserve so that they could use it. And yeah, that's where I mean this whole piece of accessibility actually really stood out as a core theme for me, of going, at the moment, it's quite hard to know how to access the reserve without touching on the commercial leases. Sure you do if you live near it.
Queenstown Hill.
Yeah.
But, you know, the other side of things is very difficult to access and there's no commercial leases.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
I think, and I think that was the intent of that we're being in that policy is, yes, that accessible, you know, making it easy for people to access and wayfind and interact with the reserve and use it as a connection, but also accessing that experience, that almost a wilderness backcountry experience within walking distance to where your accommodation is or where you live, all of those sorts of things. So there is the two elements of that. I also just thought to set the scene a little bit today would be to just touch on some of the key statements in the open space and recreation zone. So for when we come to that part of the submissions, that's around the proposed district plan, but just in terms of a high level, and some of the wording in the open space and recreation zone is, so the purpose of that zone is to enable recreation activities and provide for associated infrastructure while protecting, maintaining and enhancing landscape values, nature conservation values, ecosystem services and amenity. Open space is a significant resource to the district and region. This resource provides protection from inappropriate activities that could degrade its qualities, character and values. That's quite a bold statement, but then it goes on to one of the objectives around activities. Objective 38.2.2, recreation activities are undertaken and facilities constructed in a way that enhances or maintains or enhances the values of open space areas and the recreation opportunities available.
It's almost conflicting with each other, isn't it?
Well, I think that we've got a really important job to do, is to protect the open space and its values whilst being enabling. That's always a really challenging space to be in. But then I also go back to the decision by the commissioners at the time. They felt that maintain is a helpful word in that it does say you maintain those values, but it's not also it also recognises that change can occur.
It's not very aspirational either, is it? Maintain.
Yeah, and I
versus-
guess that's the difference between
enhance.
district plan and reserve management
Right.
plan. Reserve management plan can be really aspirational
Yeah,
and can be that, you know, agreement between the community
Yes.
council, whereas a district plan is a set of rules basically that you must adhere to. So there is the, I think there is that recognition, but I just thought I would put that in the mix, because our job is to find that balance to help us make decisions in the future where we are undertaking protection of what makes the reserve special and unique, whilst enabling, you know, some pretty significant projects, as we've been hearing about, in a way that doesn't completely change the values that we're trying to protect.
you talk about recreation versus transport, which is one of the big projects we're facing potentially.
Yeah,
Is
but
that-
it does talk about infrastructure
Right.
too,
So-
but yeah, I mean, predominantly that's what recreation reserves and other reserves, that's their primary purpose.
It's trend.
It is recreation, no, it's
No, yeah.
recreation and it's enabling the public enjoyment and access for recreation. That's their primary purpose. So that is the challenge that we have when there are activities that they have a different primary purpose, but how do the two complement each other, I
Yeah,
guess?
is there a way we can leave the door open to consider without actually giving free rein? So we still have to refer back to the district plan if that's what's governing what they can and can't do, but we also still have to maintain the integrity of the Reserve Act.
Or maintain the values of the reserve itself, which
Yes.
is specified in the management plan.
So if they, let's just say as a future transport project, as long as they maintain the values of that reserve, and that might be through whatever they decide to do, plantings or visual amenities which distract from whatever structures they build.
Yeah.
So is that already in the framework of this draft plan, or do we need to sort of massage that a bit more?
I guess considering specific projects, we might have to do a little bit of assessment as we go.
I wondered about, because this is the piece I probably put the most thinking around how far does the scope of the reserve management plan go versus the discussions we've had around operational planning for things like wildfire management or commercial lease and concession negotiation and stuff. And I suppose I thought of the commercial bit on a continuum of do nothing, which is our status quo, including footprint or whatever, you know, the status quo plus a little bit, or some real flexibility and criteria around how you would assess that flexibility against the vision and the character and the values of the RMP. And I'm wondering whether we go a small way towards providing some kind of framework or traffic light system that just almost was like and you know, I circulated some questions which we had some feedback on around how much visibility do we give for our process for negotiation leases and licenses and concessions? But my thinking on the traffic light bit is that could we just have, if you've got this going ahead, that there's some kind of financial or in-kind return to QLDC, there's some kind of public benefit or community offset traffic light, which could be things like maintenance contributions or environmental enhancement funding, or all those sorts of things, so that we just start to get into, if you're reviewing, say, a transportation thing, you're going, well, who's doing it? What's the duration and term of the agreement? What's the financial or in-kind return to QLDC? What's the public benefit community offset within the reserve that's going to make the reserve better and still hit on those values of landscape enhancement, biodiversity, public accessibility, vision and character are ticked off. And it just starts to, some of the submissions we're going, we don't know what we can do to create public uplift or value uplift of public land. We don't know how to form our Tiki Trail walking group to put back into the reserve. We don't know whether our idea for a martini bar at the 1 mile is going to get the tick or not, you know, or whatever they might be, that we're just without getting into the, this is how much you pay and this is the percentage of your earnings or this is what's going on. We just go, any of the activities that are in there are consistent with the vision and character, deliver on the values of landscape, biodiversity, mana whenua, public access. They give us a financial return in kind and they provide public benefit by making some kind of contribution back to tracks or back to environmental enhancement, or, you know, and then I sort of blue sky thinking that out and go, well, you know, somebody wants to do a transport project, they go, let's create the biodiversity pathway where that's going to go, where we will work on eradicating the wildings, we will reforest it, this will be the in-kind contribution and this will be the public benefit for it. Where I got stuck is I don't want to be over prescriptive in the RMP, just sort of wanted some most indication, and that's where I was thinking, like, is it just like a traffic light system of going, these are the types of considerations we would give, has to meet the values, has to give back. Because, yeah, but interested in the rest of the panel's thoughts on that.
Yep, agree. Yeah, we'll just go.
I think it's, you know, we have that in the submissions that people are confused on how to negotiate with us. They don't see the transparency, you know, and my kind of working with you guys all as teams is that for the right reasons, we're quite siloed, and that, you know, property and infrastructure might have commercial sensitivity around some of those contract terms. You guys may not even be privy to that. And I've come to more understanding of why those are necessary. But I do think we're kind of missing an opportunity here to apply a bit more leverage to some of those agreements to go, well, we don't have, you know, came up time and time again, we don't have the money to do these aspirations, but there's so much middle ground we could explore that really would protect it, not just protect it, it would restore it if we had good partnerships.
I think I might just, yeah. Great points, and just allow some response from staff. It's a bit in that to Lisa's comments.
We're going to have to move off vision soon, don't we?
Yeah, that's right.
I do think those words, protect and enhance, that's what we're saying in the Blue-Green Network. You know, it's about protecting what's there and then enhancing it. To what degree or scale is, you know, and it is, are you destroying something first so then you're mitigating, or you're protecting and enhancing, and then, you know, again, maintain and enhance is the wording in the open space. So Do we say that in the vision? Not really. We say provide a broad range of sustainable recreation activities
And balance.
and balance with social, environmental, cultural and economic wellbeing. I mean, that is really broad, but that's the point of the vision.
And it
And
does.
what is sustainable, is a helicopter activity sustainable because it doesn't require any infrastructure in the reserve, but it's not sustainable because it's got high carbon emissions and noise emissions, you know, it's a, I guess that is a,
Well, if you look at that, you know, see sustainability, social, economic, environmental and cultural, you could deep dive into any of those and go, well, yeah, we do say it, because to have environmental sustainability,
Yeah.
you're going to need to protect and enhance the reserves. It's where I did like Matt's wording just before of restoration as well, though picking up on some comments that there didn't used to be any trees up there. So what are we restoring it to a bare face? It's that,
I think that's where the enhance has to come into play, because getting back to natural state, it would be tussocks, I would imagine.
There was beach forest there
There was.
years ago, like, because there's a beach, like, currently the state up there in the gullies is the beach forest, it was covered in beach up to that, point.
as far as it'll grow.
Yeah, and then was burnt, and then, so,
And we also need to think about wildfire mitigation as
Mhm.
well, so we have to balance
Mhm.
what we plant there.
Yeah.
with that.
it's always going to be modified.
Of course, yeah, so
Mhm.
that's where enhance, it might be enhanced, but it
Mhm.
might be for community safety versus biodiversity.
Yeah, the key words for me around the wilding was that it has to be active management and intervention and coordinated management and intervention, because you've got all those stakeholders going, well, we want the mountain bike trails, but in 30 years' time, when we're all too old to ride, you can take them out there.
But my take on the vision is it has to be very high level and shouldn't be too long, and as long as it's touching on,
Yeah.
the key aspects, you get
Does
into the
it need
detail
to
next to it.
change then? What are we not?
Do we take it away and add some, have some wordsmithing and something just about the middle state? And then bring it back to you, because we could spend a
Yeah, that's
lot of
right.
time on this, and I think what has the weight in this document is the objectives and policies, because that's what we will assess. You know, this is that guiding, but we could do some wordsmithing on the vision and come back.
I've just, in my understanding of what we've been discussing today, if I go through the vision itself, so the reserves are highly valued. Is that we want to reword highly valued to something that, you know, is iconic or Taumata or, you know, is highly valued? Okay.
Is that all? Yeah.
I wouldn't ditch highly valued if we were using iconic. I don't think it's a one for one in and out. Because I think the iconic's a little bit too descriptive in one end and vague in the other. But if you have both of them, highly valued iconic
Highly valued iconic.
is,
Bookings.
yeah, but I do, keeping that biodiversity bit in there. What about the alpine landscape?
Yeah, so then I say I've got highly valued, and then in between highly valued and biodiverse, we need to somehow acknowledge that we are working towards a biodiverse landscape. We need to do a little bit of work on that. So it's around enhancement, sort of that 10-year time frame, acknowledging the wilding conifers, that they are fundamental to the outcome of this.
There's some wording so already put in there that,
but that, yes, your suggested wording is just noted underneath.
oh, the one that looks so good.
So
think-
just taking a few notes within the
Yeah,
document to make
alright.
sure it's.
The biodiverse alpine landscapes, providing a backdrop to Tapunui, Queenstown, and access to the backcountry alpine environment, and then where there is that. I think that's really important for many users, but there's also that importance to people who might never go and climb the Lomond, but really value being able to traverse through such an amazing reserve to get from their house in Fernhill to work or to walk up. Queenstown Hill every day at lunchtime, or
I think
You know,
that,
that's
but
the-
we're, at the moment, we're just talking about accessing the backcountry.
we are.
That connectivity to our communities was so
Yes.
strong, and what we witnessed out there and came through in the submissions is that if you've got a preference, it would be great to come through the reserve to work instead of
Yeah.
driving your car in, you know, and looking at the high user numbers up at Wynyard, looking at the opportunity at Lakeview, looking at the need for access on Queenstown Hill, of going those bits are about connectivity and
Yeah.
accessibility, not just
And in the
Getting out the
future, if you live in Goldfield Heights, you might be able to come through Queenstown Hill Reserve and drop down into town to come to work, you know, there'll be that potential. So and then if we're okay to keep providing a range of sustainable recreation activities in balance with yada yada, and then somehow we add in the protection and enhancement.
I think just to be mindful of how much time we've just spent.
Yeah.
Which I think is crucial anyway, but there's been some good discussion from the councillors on my right and some good comments, so maybe it's about going back and wordsmithing it, putting
Yeah.
something back in front of us to see where we sit.
So that captures
That,
what we talked about and we,
Yeah, and that goes back to my original comment about wilding and invasive wild, conifers, so as long as that piece is somewhere in that vision to give us that step up.
Yeah,
The
I
rest of
think,
it's fine.
I actually think coming out and stating it is quite an important objective, because we have got user conflicts in there, and we need to come up with a coordinated management approach with all those stakeholders around, okay, if we are going to eradicate it, what will we do to address reforestation, trail designations, all of those bits, but actually taking a stand and going, yeah, at some point, we can't keep chucking cash at removing it off other areas when we're not dealing with our seasons.
and I think that highly valued is the aspect of that. It is, you know, highly valued at the moment for recreation. But
Yeah.
We'll, but ultimately though, we're going to keep the main body of that vision, not going away drastically. No.
Yeah.
Rewriting it, tweaking it, and then the submission point to split it into two.
Yeah, do you have the thoughts on that?
I'm not a huge fan of it.
When I very first started this, I thought, yeah, these two reserves are so iconic, they need their own. But the work that we've done to do this, I actually think the vision almost needs to be district level of visionary, and the more we test it, it has stood across these two reserves. And we've started to pick up on things like, you know, looking at the Mount Iron plan, looking at Project Togo, with going, well, why shouldn't we have these aspirations for all of our reserves? So I've changed position on that. I started with let's do one for each, and now I'm like, let's make this one so good that it is a visionary statement for these backdrops, which are framing Te Huna, and they've got that together. And I also think what we're going to see is connectivity happen between the two of them, particularly out the eastern border of them, where we'll see those wetlands and those pathways and uses come together more. So yeah, I'm all for, and while we're spending quite a bit of time on this vision statement, I'm a firm believer of once you get the purpose and the vision right, everything else falls out of it pretty easily. So thank you for giving it that attention.
From my perspective, we're trying to build a robust reserve management plan, which should hold the test of time for both reserves. So from my perspective, just because that's got more commercial users over there than Queenstown Hill does, doesn't necessarily mean in the future that's not going to have commercial users on it, which should meet the same threshold. Same applies for here. It doesn't necessarily mean because there's been a legacy of commercial users on there that they get more flexibility and freedom. So I think treating them both under the same reserve management plan and identifying them both together so it makes more sense to me.
Yeah, I agree. I'm a little bit like councillor Guy initially thought that, two might be a good idea to look at. Looking at, just sticking your head out the window and looking at the two different reserves and understanding what they're being used for currently and how different they are activity in some respects, even though there's a bit of commonality around the two, but in terms of vision, looking ahead and see that for me, maybe they are starting to move in the same direction. They're starting to blend in a little bit. So in terms of having a vision for me, it's not a fan of splitting the two.
I think too, the issues that came out of this, issues that were questions we're asking ourselves about any time we're trying to create value uplift of public land, whether it's council tables and chairs or whatever other topic, it's the same sort of things. So if we're starting to get understanding across the broader section of our community that we're giving all of these opportunities the same care around protection and enhancement of our environment and our public benefit, but we agree that there's opportunity there for how we uplift the value of it and how to partner with others to do that.
Happy with that, Steph?
Thank you very much.
So I guess I'm just thinking about the vision, all that discussion there. So I guess what I would say to you guys, might be a little bit of advice, and this is not meant to be restrictive, is that keep in mind that we're discussing the reserve management plan and what role it plays in all of those discussions you had. So it's not an opportunity to kind of think about how council's going to negotiate with entities or parties. It's more the RMP defines how we're going to use this piece of land or how we're going to manage this piece of land. And that'll basically determine how a lot of those discussions happen rather than the other way around. Does that make sense?
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do we separate the plan from the negotiation?
Yeah.
That the stakeholders don't go, oh, that says in your plan.
Yeah, so the RMP is kind of determining what role the reserve will play in, say, economic development. And it might be lots or it might be little, depending on it.
Doesn't say who's responsible for it.
Doesn't know.
Yeah. So that's-
Thank you, Dave.
All right, go.
Come back to us with that wordsmithing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Shall we?
I've taken, so we're not even clear in the draft version, I've got some highlighted wording. Which tries to capture some of the comments that have been made. So at this point, we're going to go away and amend the version, and then it will come back to you in this track changes document for consideration and comments.
Great.
Thank you.
So the next few pages of the plan are descriptive. And there might have been some submissions that required some small amendments and wording changes, which Sophie's done in that change. I think it was a submission that was, seeking to better reflect what was happening or correct an assumption, then we've just accepted it and said, yeah, it needs to be accurate. And we do want we've just made the changes of those submissions. And then that will be reflected in that table document as to where that's been captured.
Under recreation, just correct me, is commercial heli still allowed or it's not anymore? I'm trying to remember. The draft says no. Is it no?
So helicopters, currently unauthorised heli movements within the reserves are limited to operational purposes such as search and rescue, commercial site management, harvesting. Helicopter landings for commercial tourism purposes have been limited in the past, as these movements were deemed incompatible with the quiet natural values and character of the surrounding area due to their effect on recreational users' experience and enjoyment of the reserve. And then that Regal's consent was for 5 years and that's expired. So there are no consented commercial recreation activities for helicopters.
What's the situation with drones?
So council's position on drones is that they are not authorised unless they're for an official filming purpose and you need to get permission from us. there is some work looking at that drone policy around, well, is that still fit for purpose? Because it's not just filming, for a film shoot these days, it can be real estate agents or, even our own contractors use them to infrastructure, or we control those sorts of things. So but can't predict the outcome of that review, but I suspect that recreational use of drones, it would probably wouldn't fall within the criteria that we would approve drone use.
I suppose it seemed a gap to me with the proliferation of drone activity and opportunities that might come at us. And I'm thinking, we talked about the challenge for the Milford track of people getting gear dropped in by drones. I'm thinking of an army of drones delivering bikes up into the reserve, or but then also thinking that we don't want to limit fire observation and management by drone, or firefighting by drone, or do we replace our fireworks display with a drone show and we need it to fly over the reserve? So sort of those bits, I just thought at the moment it's not a topic that we have a clause around.
I think for that
something we
sort of
give
district-wide use, we do want to rely on our district-wide policies for those, like the same as dogs. So that, freedom camping, where we want to have a district-wide approach to an issue or an activity or an opportunity, rather than bespoke policy and bespoke reserve management plans, because of then, if we were to allow it in this plan, for example, and then in 5 years' time, the position was actually, no, we're going to actually prohibit them in our district because there's just so many of them, and it's, for example, then we've got a plan that's at odds with our district-wide policy.
Yeah. Cool. That was my only thinking around that, sort of when we identify what is recreational activities. So just we have raised the helicopter discussion.
Yeah. So just to link back on the helicopter, the policy 14.5.13 is only really for operational purposes and no recreation. So just to confirm that.
So shall we go to the specific? So we have section 12 as the general objectives. We could go into those now.
Drones for a minute. We do policy on drones, but they're consistent with the current policy, and they don't. Use of, so 14.5.4 recreational drone. There's a policy in there currently. Recreational drone flying is not permitted. And then 14.5.5, the use of drones for filming in the reserves will only be authorised by way of film permit from QLDC. So that's what was clarified.
Although I wonder if that just is demonstrating what that if our policies change, then it's inconsistent. So we need to either just do it and say the use of drones will be consistent with council's drone position on drone policy. We don't actually have an official drone policy. That's
catch 22. And I think it's because we're not considering drones as transportation devices currently, but it's very quickly changing that way.
There's a general, sorry to interrupt again, there's a general policy 14.5.6, the use of drones for other commercial work in the reserve will require a reserve permit from the QLDC. Right. So that would be the general one.
If you're going to drop a bike in commercially by drone, that would be in that one. Yeah.
I think it's said it's true.
Sorry, I stand corrected. We do have three policies. Right.
How the world's changed.
Maybe if we go to section 14, which is hang on. Oh my god, they're right.
Policies.
Yeah.
Or
No.
Yeah, policies.
No, we go to section 12 is the
Achievements.
the general objectives to manage the reserve and support the vision. Initially, I'd said, let's not do these first and come back to them, but I do wonder if it's relevant to go to these now and then go through the policy. I am just very aware of time. So there's 17 objectives and then about I don't know, 50 policies and then the specific submissions and the specific themes as well to get through. So
Okay.
what would you guys like to do?
Well, I started out with having sort of 5-ish topics of discussion, which came from the submissions, which I'm happy to sort of just talk to those without having to talk about everything. Does that work? Or
Well, I wonder if hopefully, if there's 5 topics that have sort of bubbled to the surface, hopefully those are all addressed in one way by the objectives.
yeah,
So maybe we hit the objectives now.
yeah.
Is it better to go through the 5 themes so that then we've got something to relate it back to rather than just read through these without having the context
I'm
of
going to suggest we do the 5.
5 themes? Yeah.
And then hear what they are, understand what they are.
Yeah.
And then they'll either percolate out in the
Yeah.
objectives as inconsistent or not
Yeah.
satisfying or something like that.
I've actually got 7, but
Oh.
all of them are really.
I've got 6.
Yeah,
and they're probably the same as that.
They should be. Should I read out
Go,
what mine
go.
are and then
Yeah, go.
we'll match them up? So the wilding conifers, flexibility of commercial users. Don't use those words. User conflict management. Alignment of the RMP to the DMP, which you don't use those words. Wildfire mitigation. And then the 2 outliers, which aren't outliers, but toilets and parking and pest control, which should be pretty straightforward. That's my 7.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Can you just quickly repeat those?
sorry.
No,
Wild conifers, flexibility of commercial users, user conflict management, alignment of RMP to DMP, PDP, wildfire mitigation, toilets and parking, and pest control. And those last 2 should be pretty easy to tick off, I'd say.
The alignment one was, alignment with RMP with.
RMP with PDP,
The district plan.
which
Oh,
we've
district.
already sort of talked about. But we haven't changed anything in 12 or. Yeah, the objectives.
And did we have 6?
Yeah, so mine, handily grouped by Matt as well. I did have the wilding one, but I called that ecological and I put wilding, pests, active management of reforestation and also land hazards in there as far as the fact that we've got a fault sitting up at Wynyard and possible debris flow and things. So there was sort of an ecological theme. User conflicts was a big one for me. And I think really hearing from the walkers around, not losing sight of the fact that we have such an engaged and active biking and mountain biking community that, and also on our site visit, just how many lost walkers were out there. But I also think there's a group that we're not considering. And it's one of Matt's outliers, but it is the car users. And I think that, some of the users we talked to, it was about where they'd gone to try and access the reserves where they could park. And I think Wynyard, we talked about creating parking accessibility. I think there might be opportunity to work with Doc there around some of that front fringe around that sort of thing. I also found it really confusing, and I'm looking at it out the window now. And I'm sure there's lots of background, we don't need to go into it here today, but why we've got an empty car park sitting there with one of our major leaseholders, and the fact that reserve users that are public don't know enough about how to access parking. So that user conflict bit for me. And then another user conflict was the mountain bikers with private land. And I think we're going to have to make some really firm calls around this being a reserve management plan. We didn't have any indication of support from the private landowners that touch on the RMP around authorisation of unofficial trails. So we're going to need to look at how we manage that at the grounds that we have control and influence over, rather than our expectation on kaitiaki from users that haven't even given us permission for that. Accessibility was my number 3, and that sort of came into objectives 12.12, 12.14. And I think for me, it is around creating those other entrances and Wynyard, 1 Mile, Lakeview and Queenstown Hill. The bit for me is it's not just accessing the backcountry, it's connecting our communities and the potential of transportation and connectivity links. Infrastructure was a big one, and that sort of captured things like toilets, the built environments of our current leases. Again, I go back to that traffic light system. I think is something that was mentioned at our community services meeting, probably near the beginning of my term, that stuck with me from Ken, and he said that, you know, we are guardians of a world-class estate. You know, we have the kaitiaki of a world-class estate. And, you know, some of our leases might want to slap me for this next comment, but I'll be frank and say it. It's not a world-class experience up there at the moment. Even the coffee was cold and the cookies weren't great. We need to be looking at our infrastructure, and are we really holding to account those people that do have exclusive use or accessibility to that everything they're putting up there is demonstrative of that. A lot of our wayfinding, credit to the mountain biking community, they've done something, you know, but then we've still got a laminated A4 sheet for a tiki trail sign or whatever else. We've just got to have the infrastructure that delivers on that iconic backdrop, and that brings me back to, we don't have the money for it. We're going to have to somehow work better with our leasees, that we're seeing public benefit from the access that they've got up there and what we're presenting and offering to our manakitaka is world class. It's got, you know, yeah. And I appreciate, for those listening that are thinking I'm bashing your businesses, please, I'm not. I appreciate you're in a 3-year cycle of building your infrastructure and improving on it. But that's where I tend to get a little bit like, well, maybe some competition would do it good, because everybody would have to lift their offering a little. And yeah, my last one was around that commercial. How do we actually put these partnerships into a really good balance where we're being more transparent and easy to work with, but at the same time, we really are demonstrating to our community that we've got tangible public benefit coming back from every lease that's up there around environmental contribution, around track maintenance, and that will be back into the whole biking conversation again of they're really into making tracks. They love getting out there and making a new track, but we've got no mechanism or leverage to enable that to reap the benefits ecologically or public benefit in our reserves. It's just seems to be a bit one-way street at the moment, and they are our highest users. So I appreciate that we've got to deliver to that, and how great that everybody's out there on their bikes using it. But how do we make it better for them by, yeah, just getting that coordinated management piece? I felt the coordinated management piece was just a little too isolated around just how we work with DOC and how we work with a few existing stakeholders, rather than really going, how do we aim for a synchronized approach where we're really working well between all of our central government stakeholders, local government stakeholders, and private entity and community groups. Whereas at the moment, I think the protection bit means we don't really know how to approach some of those interactions at this point. And it's a learning curve for us, but one I think we've got to be brave and take on to enable some uplift, because we actually can't do all the things we want to do. And we are hearing from really good community stakeholders. We're seeing examples of it where they are partnering up with us and enabling us to do things that we just wouldn't achieve in the next 30, 50 years without those types of partnerships. And I point to Project Tohu as an example of that, of, you know, how good partnerships can really do good shit. Excuse me, language.
Yeah, I was just gonna, so
Thank you. I guess the beauty about going last is there's not really much to add
Hmm.
to that. Maybe I can just offer a little bit of guidance as to, for the panel members, there's a lot that we're dealing with here, and I think if we can allow some stuff to fall out as it's addressed by staff, it might cover some of our concerns and our comments, and then we can add into that when we get to those specific points to make sure that everything's covered off for that councillor. So over to you, staff, to drop us through the objectives and the comments from councillors here.
We can just go through the thing.
Before we get into
Yeah.
the objectives, can I just add something? Yeah. So I guess, so it's good to hear all those suggestions and discussions. Some of them you're going to have to elaborate a little bit because a broad summary, and we're probably going to have to delve into them.
Yeah.
I guess one other thing I will say though is just a reminder that some of the things, the level of things that you raise, they're beyond the remit of the RMP. You know, they're more council discussions rather than RMP discussions, and the discussion today is just about the RMP and what role the RMP plays. So you can talk about it, but the RMP won't be able to address those. Yep. So just a reminder.
Yeah, I think that's goes back to your earlier comment, Dave, about the RMP and the role that it plays.
Yeah, it's
And how we manage that piece of land. And I
Yes,
think
how you manage that piece of land.
I think for councillors, we just need to be a bit more disciplined and address it, trying to have that as our parameter.
Yeah, and what role that piece of land plays in terms of some of those wider things, to what extent it's going to be able to do those and contribute to them.
As we drop through, let's see what comes out.
I just wanted to acknowledge the time that you've all taken to really analyse the reserve and the management plan and amazing, detailed comprehension. It's really helpful for us as staff that you've obviously thought hard about this, which is and listened, clearly to the submitters and read the submissions. So it's not an easy task, but
So shall we try?
And back to you guys as well, like taking all of those bits on board and going back to the draft. It's not a lot that needs to, because most of those things are addressed. Those themes that we've raised, they're all addressed, they're addressed in submissions. You highlighted those to us, and when you read each clause of the objectives, there's not ones that I'm going into going, oh, you need to reword that. I was just going through and ticking them off and going, yep, that's.
but there's no glaring emissions, which is a great start. So.
Yes.
Yes.
Over to staff.
So just thinking, we've got a list here now, and shall we just sort of work through them and see if this works well? And then if we select the first thing that you stated, maybe we could just say Weldon conifers and just if you can elaborate on that, then maybe we need to go to the objective policy or just understand what the comments are on it first and how we need to maybe review it or address it further. Should we try that?
Yeah, I mean,
It already says 12.4 kind of ticked it off for me, that was actively managing the invasive species.
Thanks.
And see the objectives. Rather than do the objectives. And
Just understand what the issue
Yeah,
is,
what the
whether they're
issue-
happy with the way it's addressed,
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so,
This is jumped to 12.
Oh, sorry.
Because that's the wilding, that's.
so can we just sort of understand the comments about Weldon, like what do you, with the submissions we've received from the community, what are your comments on that? Do you feel?
So, yeah, it's sort of two parts. Really, it was making sure that it was in the vision statement, which
Vision,
you now
yeah.
talked about.
Covered.
And then making sure that the objectives back up what's in the vision. So we've got 12.4. So if it does, that's fine. That's great. But I'm just wondering, do we need to sort of put more of a stance, a heavier stance on it? And I've got sort of wording, undertake a coordinated and sustained program of wild conifer removal. Is that something you think should be in the management plan when it's sort of starting to veer on operational doesn't say timeframes, it doesn't say how many, but sort of the same program of wildlife removal, wildlife conifers removal. Thoughts and feedback, please.
Yeah, and my comments were the same as Matt's really. I looked at 12.4 and 12.5 under the objectives. And my notes were that somehow the wording included a considered managed change to the state of it and all coordinated management. So it was just around going that we're really going to have to work, particularly with the mountain biking over time, to come up with that plan. But I just wondered whether we could beef up those clauses a little bit to say that we were going to have a managed plan and approach, not what it was, but we want to know that, yeah, we're not just.
It's in 12.10
Yeah.
as well.
What,
It says it in 12.10 as well.
So it's kind of in there with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's probably more points than there needs to
Should we
be.
say, because the objectives we want is at high level and we don't, you know, like the comments there about undertake, that's all more of the policy and the doing, so. Which we do have, if we go to 14.3.1, it's implement as a priority the Queenstown Hill Forestry Plan, so it's sort of more forestry than wilding and saying,
What number again, sorry?
sorry, if you go to
14.3.1.
page 14.3.1.
Yeah.
And it's under natural value. It's and about developing the forestry plans
Yeah.
and then what the forestry plans will address.
Yeah.
But then I guess, just then Lisa, you spoke about the mountain biking, which then comes under the sort of, we maybe look at the mountain biking as separate. Should we just look at the vegetation because we can blur that because they all affect each other, but there are policies about the mountain biking which we could look at.
So it really comes down to 14.3.2 and the first line, develop and implement the forestry plan. It all depends on that because that'll be
Yeah.
timeframes, how much, all that sort of stuff. So does that need to be highlighted?
Well, if I was someone who didn't know the reserves in our district and I came along and I picked this up,
Mhm.
probably wouldn't, it's not immediately obvious in the objectives and policies, it is in the description, that we have it really, that there is, on our most high profile, highly used reserves, we have a monoculture of one of our most invasive species that needs to be addressed for various reasons.
Yeah.
It's not. Yeah, that's my
Yeah.
reflection, that it's not, we don't say as one of the first 2 or 3 objectives.
But is that back in the introduction, we say quite a bit about the vegetation and the wildings and how they're an issue?
We do, but often when people are using plans,
Mhm.
they go straight to the objectives and policies, like, I want to do this, what are the objectives and policies?
I don't think we have much of a spotlight on it as like a matariki, as a North Star for us at the moment, to kind of grab onto and go, well, if you could do one thing that would massively change those, is get rid of the wildings and reforest it. And by being that, I mean, it is covered in all our objectives and we just
It's there.
pulled out 3 there.
Yeah, it's definitely there.
Maybe it's about making 3 into one powerful objective or something around those vision bits, because I just think it's you can then hang your hat on all the other bits that come down from it if we're going that it really is that we want to get rid of the wildings up there and we're going to have a managed approach. I just look at 14.3.2 and even just the little word followed, followed by a revegetation program, incorporating a revegetation program, something it's sort of opens up opportunities to go. And when we were talking up at Tohu the other day, we were talking about the cost from the whole cycle of getting rid of a tree to establishing a new native in its place. And I think there's opportunity around that we could almost go, imagine if you started an initiative up there like a visitor forest, where you knew what the cost and the cycle was taking out one tree and ending up in 25 years with a bigger native. I just think there's opportunity here to create what Jenny's just referred to is if you just came to this randomly, you wouldn't know that that's one of our primary
So I
Goals.
probably wouldn't go to that sort of, we go to that sort of level of detail in the RMP. So probably what I'd advise you guys to determine whether you want to make removal of wild and conifers a permissible thing, or either more permissive or less permissive. Okay, I'm hearing that you're probably wanting to make it permissive. I think I'm hearing that, but it's got to take into consideration the other recreational users up there and the effects on those. So what I'm hearing is some sort of staged
and working with it.
Yeah, and a lot of the submitters have already said they're happy for removal
Yeah,
as long as it's staged, so
Yeah.
sticking that.
and I think that the policy there, 14.2, kind of, that would be where the staged
Yeah,
element
push down that
will
plan.
come from that. So
Yeah,
I guess what I'm just feeling is whether you, in terms of timeframes, in terms of how permissible or not, you want to make it.
Mm.
Are you keeping it broad, like it's over one, is it going to be within the next 5 years or 10 years or 20 years? I'm thinking realistically, it's probably over a longer term.
Of course.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
But this is a 10-year plan, so. we
This is a 10-year
have
plan.
to- And what I was
Yeah.
sort of saying a few days ago was, let's create that vision statement, which is really strong and powerful, which then leads on to, hey, we might not get there in 10 years, but it's setting us in that direction. So more permissible, I guess, is the answer.
Yes.
I think that flexibility of, we can't get into crystal ball gazing, we don't know. We might come across a bucket of money that just targets one piece. You know, and I think of generous benefactors and other projects of going, somebody might just come and go, let's do that bit. And if we've got the flexibility to respond to that, we don't want to go, oh, no, come back in
don't look
20
at
years. When but if we know that that's aspirational, we might actually generate interest in somebody going, hey, I want to do, our infrastructure requests on gondolas, for example. Private partners might come and go, well, to do that, we're going to do all of this wilding eradication and reforestation. I'd be quite keen to not see timelines in it, so that we could be agile enough to respond really quickly if opportunities arose, just as much as not be pressured into achieving a deadline that we don't have finance for.
So that's a great steer. So that's a great steer. Like, not if that's the way you want to go. Is it kind of that's a nice piece of direction from you guys. If you don't want to see timelines, because you leave it open for expediting things and give us flexibility for some of those other cost pressures.
Yeah. And also, if we haven't got the money, that we haven't got people going, come on, you said you'd take this out. Go, well, at the expense of what?
Okay, that's
Grant has been spoken
Yeah.
the,
so I just think, just in response to, can I just say, so 12.11 says to acknowledge and conserve heritage values associated with reserves. I wonder if to acknowledge policy in those section 12 objectives, because we do, everything else that we've been discussing is provided for in the other policies and objectives, but upfront acknowledging the presence of the wild and conifers and the need to remove them for a number of reasons, but also acknowledging the impact that that would have on initially the landscape, the hazards and the recreational values. And then we go on to talk about how we're going to do it with forestry plans and staged approaches and those sorts of things. But I think under section 12, under the agenda objectives, it's just a suggestion to have a policy up front, because it is such a prevalent theme and it's so paramount to the management of the reserve, to change the way that we're managing that reserve, because we haven't really acknowledged the wildings and that they need to be actively managed in the previous plan, and therefore they haven't been actively managed. So acknowledging their presence and acknowledging that we need to actively manage them in a staged approach, but that active management will also have effects on the recreation use.
So what you're suggesting is a specific policy around the wild and conifers that acknowledges their presence and acknowledge the direction that
and the need to actively manage them, but to also acknowledge that that will have impacts. And then all of the other objectives and policies, I think, do set out how we would do that, but we just don't think we have it.
So would that be you guys
Up
preference a specific policy, or do you think it's captured in the current?
Just to clarify, that would be within
Section 12.
Section 12, so that would be an objective with switching objective impact.
So it's, yeah, those key objectives are provided to manage the reserve and support the vision. The overarching goals, succinct statements on the principal aims of this reserve management plan. And I feel that explicit acknowledgement of the wild and conifers isn't quite there at the moment.
So it's been added in track changes under 12.16 and acknowledges the need for eventual wild and conifer control.
That is suggested wording from the submission from the WCG. There's two elements that we were also going to consider. So that was in the original wording for 12.4. They've suggested changing actively managing to eliminate. And then in 12.16, they've got the additional wording, ongoing safety requirements, and acknowledges the need for eventual wild and conifer control. So that's to do with the trail network, yeah.
Progressive instead of eventual.
Interventions.
The vision again, visions.
Eventual to me is sort of like, we'll eventually get around to it. Progressive.
Yeah, I'd certainly
But it
like to
means
see.
you're gonna, yeah, sorry.
No.
Chair. You, please.
No, I was just going to say that I certainly prefer a bit more of a harder presence around the wild and conifers than we're at the moment, because for those that have lived here long enough, you know, it's become more and more into our psyche. You know, 30 years ago, maybe we weren't even talking about wild and conifers, you know. So I think it's, and you know, you saw the, you know, what Grant Hensman spoke about at the submission stage, saying that, you know, do nothing, it will change, you know, so.
And we've done nothing for the last.
Yeah, and I think it's wise, in my opinion only, I think it's wise to bring it more to the fore, I guess, even though it is an issue that we're all familiar with. In this organisation, I guess, and those that work with wild and conifers and against wild and conifers or with wild and conifers. But as you say, for those that open up and read objectives or whatever, it just needs to be a bit more prominent, in my opinion. So where we're going, what we're doing, where we're going, and how we're going to go about that, maybe for the community as well.
I think too, to be responsible landlords we heard from submitters that they've been throwing millions of dollars at wilding eradication on the private land bordering the reserve, and are not prepared to keep doing that while we're sitting with a big seed source on the front of it. And, you know, we really are just setting fire to fistfuls of cash for people that are fighting it in the surrounding areas. And also that we've got with projects like the Commonage and things where we will have wildings removed. So we've got opportunity to make some gains in the short to mid-term, where if we all have that coordinated management approach to it and put some priority around that, we can win back the goodwill of partners wanting to go, yep, they're taking some out, we'll keep on top of stopping it where it's spreading on private land. Because,
Well, it's certainly driving for Project Tohu with, you know, the Mahawhino covenant, you know, the downwind experiencing all of those things.
So where we've got to with wildings.
So Sophie, yeah,
Just to consider actively managing versus eliminate. And so I think you've sort of, all of you have touched on that, and whether or not you'd support that wording change to the submission from WCG.
I do, because it comes down to my alteration suggestion for the vision statement, which is free from invasive wild and conifers.
Yeah.
So if that's what's in your vision, that's what has to be reiterated down in the objectives and further through the document. So it all comes down to what actually are we saying in our vision? Because if that's what it is, then we have to follow through with the rest of it.
Correct.
I agree, and I think it is something that we need to be quite bold about because, yeah, it's one of those bits where we do see a lot of the evidence because of the information that we're provided with, and so it's kaitiaki of that knowledge. Yeah, we need to make some bold calls that may not necessarily be agreed with by all submitters, but given the consideration to the coordinated management approach, and I can think of things like we're talking about Queenstown Gardens replanting, of opportunities here to say we're gonna work with you to make sure that there'll still be trees for you to ride through in the future. They just won't be wilding exotics.
So with that in mind, I just look at the objectives here and there's like 3 or 4 different points that all mean the same thing. Just wondering whether we can combine them all and make one strong statement there. Yes, one strong objective.
In section 5.
And the objectives.
And the objectives.
Which 3?
12.4,
Mhm.
when it talks about invasive management of species. Where else did I see it? 12.16, where it talks about,
So that's more the trail.
Yeah.
So that I think 12.16 is more,
maybe not 12.16.
With the addition of the wording from the WCG, the suggested wording from their submission, it does tie that
Oh,
together.
does it?
And
Okay, so
so
that's why.
that donors tracked changes is the suggested wording, but originally
Yeah.
the objective focuses on the trail network.
Yeah, so the other one was 12.10.
Can I offer up a suggestion, that because 12.4 is about biodiversity. 12.6 is about, 12.5, is it?
12.5.
12.10.
Yeah, 12.10 is about landscape and protection of ecological values. But I still think we want, if you have acknowledge the wilding conifers.
Yeah.
And the impacts that they
And all this.
have, the benefits,
Yeah.
and so include an additional objective.
Yeah.
That is that acknowledge the presence of them, acknowledge what they're doing.
Yeah.
And the need to remove them, but the impact that will have.
Yes.
And then I think it's important to still have those biodiversity and landscape objectives in there because we still have a role with those values as well.
Yeah, so you've got biodiversity, you've got wilding, forest fire issues, and then you've got natural hazards and climate change in 12.2.
Yeah, and those are still
They're all
important
It's individual. but
key objectives to,
Acknowledge them all.
yeah.
Okay, I'll leave it to you.
so the recommendation, so what we're going to do, we're adding a new objective, which is more specific around wildings, but just at the moment, if we change the number, bring all the numbers, they're gonna go out, so we're just not gonna give it a number yet.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
12.x.
Yeah,
Yeah.
great. Yeah.
So is that where we've got to with wildings?
Oh, there was just, sorry, just to go back to the forestry as well, so just a point there on, in the policy, we were saying at the very beginning, add a policy about removing the monoculture of wildings as well. So we'll draft something and add that in there, and then you can review that and track changes
Okay.
and make a comment, say whether you support or not.
Actively eliminate wilding conifers.
Yeah.
In the forestry plan, does it talk about debris and slash and things like that?
Yeah, the forestry plan, the construction management plan,
Yeah.
and the environmental management plan, and
Cool.
Right, so we've got to the end of wildings.
Mhm.
I'd just like to adjourn deliberations, to take a 10-minute break.
Oh, I thought you said we're going to deliberate. It's like, what we just did. Adjourn for deliberations.
At 22 minutes to 11. Is that Paul said, a 10-minute break?
Yeah, sure.
Next one, just to-
Get back into it about 12 to 11.
Would that be?
10 to 11, we'll come back into public deliberations. So we got through wilding fires. yes.
Topic on the
Got
list,
through it.
is the commercial recreation, and some of the submitters had asked for the word commercial to be inserted before recreation within some of the policies, and we have a definition glossary which has now been inserted on what page, sorry, was it?
If we go to the draft Word document, it is
And, yeah,
page,
Glossary of terms.
yeah, it's just above the vision, sorry, I'll get.
Where are we?
that there.
The document, revised documents.
Yep.
Changes one.
Page
Seven?
What's that? Where that is?
4.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
so where some of the submitters had asked to put the word commercial before recreation, then really changes those policies, makes it more prescriptive. We're saying at the moment with recreation, you can consider both commercial or informal recreation. But by putting commercial recreation and recreation in the policies, it does actually change. Should we go into a couple of?
Was it the district plan chapter? Just talks about recreation as a whole. And then the subset of that is commercial recreation, where people basically pay for that recreation activity.
Our plan, we've done the same, we've just said recreation rather than having recreation and commercial recreation, we've just called it recreation. And then you assess whatever's coming in against that. So say should we give an example?
So rather than be definitive in the
Yeah.
policies, when we think about it, whether it's commercial, we leave it open.
Mhm.
And when the applications come in, we use the glossary of terms to determine whether it's commercial or not.
Oh, okay.
So if we go to, sorry, what was
So I
it?
guess again, that gives us that flexibility.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for.
So I think one of the submitted issues was just the consistency with where the term was used throughout the document, wasn't it? So could you remove, you can't remove commercial activity from the whole document because it's.
No.
No, you definitely can't do that, because it is very much a thing.
So I could give you an example here, 14.51. It says enable recreation use and enjoyment of the reserves through, and it has some descriptions, but the submitters had said enable commercial recreation and recreation, whereas if we just leave recreation, it captures everything. Instead of narrowing it down to the two, making it more specific for commercial as well, it's just got that. So we're saying do not have that subset brought up to that level and just have the word recreation left within the plan. Commercial is mentioned, commercial activities are mentioned, but then when an application comes in, we assess its merits through all the policies rather than changing.
Where's the specific wording again? 14.5.
14.5.1A.
Sports events, programs and authorised commercial activities.
So that's just the example where recreation use captures all types of recreation, commercial and otherwise, informal or.
Because you will have other subsets of recreation, you have informal recreation, active recreation. Well, those are kind of the two subsets, and then commercial. So you've got your paid, your organised, sport, if you like, and then informal is just going out and doing whatever you want to do, just for the sake of it.
I guess what is the actual tangible outcome of having commercial and non-commercial? And from the user's perspective, from the operator's perspective, is there any? I can't really.
In terms of changing it to in
So-
response to the submission.
Yeah, correct. So can't really see operationally what changes there would be.
I guess you
I
could
might give more
support
to
commercial.
commercial.
Yeah.
I think they're thinking by putting that commercial in there, it gives more support within that policy
You know,
too.
it's more enabling and like
Rather
it
than-
acknowledges it, gives it greater emphasis.
Right.
But the existing wording doesn't exclude commercial
No,
recreation, so
doesn't.
it's just emphasising, perhaps, that's what they want to achieve.
Still gotta meet the
Yeah.
criteria of the management plan.
Stuff we haven't seen yet. Might come. Change the time.
Okay. The commission.
So our restriction, that 14.5.2D, restriction on the northern side, that is because of hazards that we're saying nothing else out around there.
So, sorry, what's the one you on to?
Sorry, 14.5.2D,
D,
Mhm.
okay.
where we've now changed eastern to northern, which I'm presuming is the compass points, but we're kind of thinking east, but yeah. So the reason that we're saying let's not allow any development and commercial out there is because of the hazards of debris flow and things like that. That's the main reason that we've specified out that side as being no-go. And I think the way I'm asking this is, I think, again, coming back to some of those connectivity submissions, that there was some suggestion of a trail or a access out around to that side. Are we, by saying that, going, that's it, we're kind of putting a moratorium on the northern side of the reserve?
That's exactly what it's.
Yeah, and in which case, what does that do to our accessibility bit? We're saying, no, we don't want any access at all, we want to go around it, we just don't want you to enter the reserve over that bit, or use that bit of the reserve.
It's sort of, that would, if that was come to play, it would prevent sort of development of commercial, development and stuff. And it doesn't really put any limits on non-commercial, in theory, you could put a trail up. About.
It does say development, so development could be informal trails, so I think what we're saying is correct here, that we're saying restrict completely, whereas maybe we do, because even within the wildfire mitigation with the trail on the bottom, we say except for a link around the bottom. And one of the reasons why this had been put in there use was because of the alluvial fan and the debris, and in terms of the movement within Revis and just access to that side and Rockfall. That was why we were saying for now in this plan concentrate that sort of activity on the western side.
Is that a better way to say it, rather than say restrict it,
Yeah.
say, not promote it, but support it on
That, yeah.
Or do we need to say, no, do restrict it because there's valid reasons.
But then do we say except for a connection link from,
I think perhaps it's that, but I keep coming back to connectivity and keeping forefront transportation versus recreation. That some of our reserves are now also being accessed as commuter links or transportation links. And I suppose I'm thinking gondolas of the future, of going, if we were to one of our biggest constraints in this area is that we don't have transport corridors. We haven't allowed for them. We've got no more roading corridors. We've got, we're jam-packed, right? We can't get people in to use our reserves. If we were to eventually run some sort of transport link down from the back, say Arrowtown, Mulligans, Coronet, down through town, if it was a, I don't know, hovercraft station, whatever, I'm not anchoring to any one provider of transport, but I'm just concerned that if we're staying restricting development of anything on the northern gondola side of Ben Lomond, how does that impact connectivity, accessibility and potential transport future proofing? I get that we want to avoid any natural hazards or things that are going to go wrong there, and I get that we don't want to fill it full of recreational users that we don't want to put at risk, but how do we ensure we're not meaning that we can't create connectivity and accessibility around the edge of it or somehow, because if we're not using it for anywhere else,
So maybe
it could be of use for a transport corridor.
I would respond there. So if that was put, maybe just, if that was put into the RMP and then the connectivity then did propose to come through the area and it said there was no development, what would be the pathway to actually allow that to happen in the statutory sense? What would happen?
Review the plan.
Review the
It
plan?
might be a minor
Or
amendment.
would it come back to the council or is?
It depends whether it would be considered a minor amendment to the plan or a more significant one, and then it would have to go through this process again where the plan was consulted on, but it could be just that policy rather than the plan.
So depending on the scale of the
Mhm.
development, that's a contra to this, would either be an amendment to the plan,
Mhm.
which would be the process itself, or if it was minor, could it come back to the councillors for decision?
Minor could come back to the councillors for a decision
Can you describe
without,
minor?
Oh, like a week to allow a
Week.
new trial that wasn't.
yeah.
Yeah, that'd be
It's
minor,
with-
so it would probably,
Yeah,
any sort of,
in the gardens we did that.
any sort of major,
It's
thing
gonna
would
be-
be major, so it's more likely to be an amendment to the plan.
Mhm. So
Is
Sophie has
it a
proposed-
different word than restrict? Could we have something that meant that we gave absolute prioritisation to the consideration of natural hazards in the area? Like that's going to be a naturally determining criteria, but we're not going to say a blanket no development, formal trail or activity on that site.
we had proposed maybe at the end, we could, of that paragraph, say, consider, with the exception of a commuter link trail at the base of the reserve.
Bearing in mind,
Specific, isn't it?
it's an outstanding natural landscape.
Yeah.
There's significant hazards. There are, and like, you know, and then there's the landscape values statements in the district plan as well, which has quite strong guidance as to the capacity to absorb more development in those areas. So it would also be based on the current regulatory framework, new development in that area would be relatively low level. If there was a gondola or something, mass rapid transport system, that would require significant changes to our regulatory settings. Or a fast track.
Does it come
successful
down
fast
into
track
the new
application.
park? Does it come down into the park on Court Road?
What's that? Does what?
The reserve boundary? Does it
Oh, yeah.
back onto?
Oh, more of that? No,
No, just where the.
it's all a forested area, basically. There's no,
Comes down to where the swamp is.
There's no urban.
well, actually, I wonder if we get a map up on there, Sophie.
It's up here.
I'm just having a look at the map, 13.
Oh, you know, it's like, you know,
It's in Lomond, that's.
Yeah, exactly. So if we had a map up there, that might help.
Is the map in that?
So it feels like you're sort of thinking that that it feels like you think, it feels like you're saying that we might need to make the RMP flexible enough to consider those proposals or not?
Yeah,
Sorry, Matt, after you.
so I've got some wording that I've got here, which I think speaks to what we're saying here. So to enable consideration of commercial activities or non-commercial or both? Either or. So let's just say activities. To enable consideration of activities that deliver substantial community-wide benefit, such as improved access, sustainable transport solutions, or enhanced community use, where these align with the reserve's long-term values and are subject to rigorous assessment under the Reserves Act and other regulatory framework, which acknowledges the fact that we've got a Reserve Act that we must abide by, and there will be other regulatory frameworks and plans that we also need to abide by. But it's enabling the ability for us to consider the activities within the RMP. Doesn't necessarily mean we're going to, it's not a gateway for people to abuse, but it's just giving that consideration. And we're not being specific about what it is, although I did say suitable transport solutions, improving accessibility.
Is this for the, are you saying for everywhere?
I'm
now
saying for
rather than-
everywhere.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
maybe if we come back. So I think we do need to address this because this at the moment is quite restrictive
Yeah.
for that area, so we need to have a decision on whether or not there should be an allowance for something within that area or flip it. So there's that, and then I think we need to talk about these commercial, this policy that you're just proposing here.
Yeah.
Which we need to look at what's enabled at the moment, and then where you would like that to sit,
Yeah.
looking at
Yeah.
future proposals. So should we close out this one and then
Yeah,
move to
yeah,
this?
that's
So if we say with that area on the side, would you like, I guess the options are to change it to allow activity in that area, or change it to just enable a
So
connection?
the reasons are for public health and safety and hazard mitigation, that that policy was put in, right? And those things can't really be changed or mitigated, can they, without large scale engineering works, which would impact the other values of the reserve.
I'm thinking from a legal exposure perspective, that if we don't put in you can't develop here, council is exposed to potentially some legal ramifications of that. And if we do put it in there, it gives us sort of the strongest footing if anyone tries to challenge developing that area when safety concerns or natural hazards are an issue.
Yeah, I do, in recognition of Lisa's point though, in terms of that connectivity. Transport corridor is quite a big change and would need a lot of geotech and work to be done. But if there was a connected trail that could link up to the power line corridor and the fire break, that would be potentially in along behind the residential development. That's quite different to removing that policy, which is in there for good reason, I think.
It would need to be a prime consideration of any of those things, so it's kind of like, and that's where I was sort of looking at it almost that we put the hazards at the top of that objective. So that it is focused all on the natural hazards, because the same thing comes up at 1 mile. Or we've got the fault line and whatever, again, I was thinking that traffic light kind of system of, do you get past go, whether you're commercial or recreational, natural hazards might be the first traffic light of going. If you can't mitigate the natural hazards,
Or the landscape.
or the landscape
the other
areas,
impacts.
ONL
And the other
or the other bit,
characteristics.
and you're not giving that public benefit and you're not achieving the accessibility goals, or again, it's just some sort of assessment framework that provides transparency to our community to go, well, that's never going to get across the line because you're in a slip fall, you're in a debris trail flow.
Those are the exceptions.
What page is the map on?
What's the outcome here? Are we wanting to?
We're wanting to say nothing at all ever out to the north, I suppose. I'm hesitant around connectivity. That's the only.
So the outcome is that you are wanting to have a more restrictive
I just want to ask the question
or more
about
enabling.
Buttons, which is about the longevity of this plan. And considering what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Is that where we're at? Is it, are we a bit is that further on from this? I mean, I'm just asking the question, is that?
Well, it could be, yeah.
I mean, some of the stuff that we've been talking about is operational, that's, who knows, we don't know what's.
I suppose it's like Dave.
I'm just saying is about this RMP and what we're dealing with, is that part of what we're looking at? I'm just asking the question.
That's the question I think Dave posed before, like what would happen if this came up? What would happen to the plan?
We'll then get on to that.
Would we alter it? And I suppose the same thing in my thinking around some of these fast track questions is we suddenly get a fast track proposal. Does it trump this? Or do we want enough flexibility in the plan that we may be able to hold some check criteria that regardless of what comes at it, the plan still goes.
You have to hold the line.
You've got to hold the line. You don't meet the natural hazards check. You don't meet the public good check. You don't meet the accessibility check. You've gone too far to the right on privatisation. And therefore the plan holds no matter what gets thrown at it. And that's probably where I'm coming from, of going, is there a way we can have a little bit of flexibility that means actually the values of the plan hold firm and we don't give in? Because
also,
natural hazards do hold weight and go, no way.
So let's say, if this was there, if something came in the door, you know, and go through its normal resource consents and all of those proposals, depending on what the pathway it is. But to get permission to do it, this would be brought back to the councillors, landowner present. And what a guiding element would be the RMP. So any future councillors,
They could decide not to go with the RMP, right? That's their decision, but.
And I think does it come back to that key question, does this proposal, whatever it is, maintain and enhance those?
so that's what the guided
Yeah.
councillors would, if it was, let's say it was
The
landed,
recommendation would be.
if it landed in a recommendation in 7 years' time or 8 years' time or 9, it would, you'd have to make sure it considered
All of
Yes,
those,
all
not
the values, yeah.
not
Yeah.
hazards.
and so the RMP will be providing that guidance for consideration.
Yeah.
Because does that clause stop non-commercial, like what we've experienced
Yes,
with the
that-
proliferation
that's-
of mountain biking trails? Would that stop people just creating wilding trails out to the north?
It's probably already trails.
That's right.
It's stopping everything, but I from an officer perspective, with the link down the bottom, which is lower risk and would be a benefit to the community in the future, that's where we would like you to consider whether that's appropriate to have that, but it's more up in the reserve that everything's restricted.
So it's you probably answered it, it's not restricted in a geological hazard sense or anything like that, it's restricting it in a management sense. You know, if somebody would come to the way it's written at the moment, if somebody would come and ask for it to do something, it would be less permissive.
Yeah. How do we get that? So if we put a commuter track in there, let's just say, like you're proposing, how do we allow that flexibility in the wording to allow that to happen? But
So Sophie put, at the bottom.
oh, is that the transport?
Yes, sorry, so at the bottom of that policy that we've been considering, there's some track changed wording added in here.
Yeah.
Which you should be able to see, which just notes that with the exception of a computer link trail at the base of the reserve. And then the other thing to note is that the wording is restrict development rather than prohibit development. So there is flexibility there, and then it specifies that it's due to the topography, accessibility, and the presence of natural hazards. So the restriction is in relation to those things. So then that's the qualifying assessment criteria. Yeah.
So any application would be tested against this, but also other plans, others.
Yeah.
Correct.
I'm happy with that.
Happy.
Just out of interest though, is Gorge Road also impacted by sort of that steep topography? Just the corner of the Lomond?
Yeah, there's the hazards chapter in the district plan,
Oh, yeah. So
which is complicated,
right,
and that is directly impacted by the reserves.
okay, so that's sort of protected from development, shall we say, or encompassed in,
Wow.
like the Ben Lomond northern faces,
Mhm.
you know what I mean?
So that's where the district plan hazards chapter, that's that role.
All right, happy with that?
To address or acknowledge those hazards, but I don't know that that's been
Specifically.
really resolved in the district
Oh,
plan. I think
okay.
it's been quite contentious, obviously, around
Well, there for us.
property owners in that district.
Yeah, it is very far out of there, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's access rather than
Mhm.
that actual.
Okay.
So then just staying on commercial users, we were saying, what's the policy for?
14.5.7.
So if you run go to 14.5.7, we're saying if an application comes, so when some of the submitters spoke about,
It's actually 10, that's the start of
Number
the
three,
actual
Rose.
what's that?
1 minute.
14.5.7. So some of the submitters spoke about being, this plan not being future focused enough and trying to look at future applications or understanding the future activities. We're saying at the moment, we don't know what they are, so we just have to look at what's in here and what that would mean when something came in. So if we assess the two current large transport applications against this, just to give you a bit of a steer for how they would be assessed if they did come into us. So 14.5.10, consider the granting of new commercial lease or license agreements or the renewal of existing lease and license agreements that are consistent with the reserves classification and any reserve specific policies set out in the special management zones, which we'll get to after. Do not adversely detract from the general character and amenity of the reserve and other reserve users. Allows recreation activity that uses the unique topography of the reserve to improve the public use and enjoyment and ensure commercial operators contribute to improved environmental outcomes on the reserve, which is similar to what you were talking about before, Lisa. So if something comes in, this is what we assess it against. So it's not completely restricted, is it? But it's saying do consider X, Y, Z. So this is what we want you to look at here to see whether or not you're happy with the detail in this policy.
Yeah, we want to make the bar high, but we don't want to make it impossible.
No,
I think what you're saying as well, just going back to those earlier summaries. The bar that you want to set is also the contribution back,
Of course.
or the mitigation, or the public amenity,
Good
public
benefit.
good aspect of that commercial
The
development.
tangible public benefits, I think, and
Yeah.
it's the
But I guess.
acknowledgement of it as well, because I think in some instances, we've seen really good initiative and contribution to, you know, you look at the mountain biking community, they've established a
But what is,
here, but
I guess
but-
what is public, is it free, you know, like.
Yeah, it's that, how do we then, financial or in-kind return, and that's where, without getting too prescriptive and into operational sides of it, it's where I think that submitters were asking for some kind of visible public register or record, or just going like, you know, Skyline, they're up there for 25 years. Yes, they make a financial contribution. Yes, they contribute to public good. Here's some of the initiatives we're working on together. And that they know that any opportunity that comes up, it will be tendered, it will be advertised, it will be. I just don't think at the moment we've got understanding of if someone dreams up, you know, I've got this fantastic new idea, how am I going to run it in a reserve? There's nowhere for them to come and get that guidance of, you know, like we're hearing on Queenstown Hill a request for guiding of mountain biking and concessions around that, right? And you go, well, we look at what's happening on our other bike trails. That could be prolific if you start, where do we put the limits on that? Does that mean every biking company within Central Otago makes an approach to us to be able to bring their guided groups into our reserves? How are we going to set capacities?
Is that the first question, is the capacity?
Yeah. Is that one of the criteria that we go?
But how do you define capacity?
Yeah.
And now how do you define public good? How do you define, you know, tangible contribution? I understand exactly what you're trying to say, but public good could be, well, we're enabling a great variety of users to access the reserve that wouldn't otherwise be able to. even though it's gonna cost them X amount of dollars.
But again, we could set like a traffic light on off criteria that you go, we have considered fair market return principles. We have considered environmental impacts, we've considered cultural impacts, we've ticked the box on mana whenua involvement. At the moment, I just don't think we give a lot of guidance around what our expectations are of our lessees, licensees and concession holders, so that the public are reassured of going, gosh, they're a great operator, look at all the stuff we get out of them having a lease on our public land. Some sort of public reporting mechanism or, yeah.
So we're saying 14.5.8, consider additional commercial recreation activities of Lomond where they're compatible with the reserve's wider values and in accordance with those
I guess
criteria, but I guess we don't have a, you know,
my
you
aim,
must demonstrate how some of these things are to be met.
my aim was for there to be guidance for local entrepreneurs and community groups to participate in concession opportunities or establish volunteer and community agreements for maintenance and reserve improvement. So that my aim was guidance. My aim was that there was guidance for local entrepreneurs or community groups or stakeholders or whoever that they go, I want to do this in the reserve. Would I be allowed? And what would be my pathway and what would I need to do to make that happen?
So, actually interesting, but listening to you talk about this, it's actually made me think a little bit during all. So I think that first part, so, you know, you talk about what would I be allowed to do it? That's what the reserve management plan would probably provide. It would provide that. It wouldn't provide what is your pathway. Okay, it wouldn't go to that level. So you're assisting with that. So typically, you wouldn't go down to that level of detail in the reserve management plan because you've got multiple reserve management plans, and then you have all these different reserve management that would become inconsistent. Okay, so that's why normally they will deal with those particular things through a policy of some sort. So we had an example before. We might end up having a drone policy. So the plan might say yes, you can do this activity and to what extent, but the pathway forward will be probably through another path. It wouldn't be in the detail wouldn't be in this, so to speak.
Yeah.
So like if we look at say the Segway, whatever they're called, sorry, can't quite pronounce the word. There's been an assessment along the lines of they're not on reserve land, therefore we're not going to let them have a permanent parking area or those sorts of things to a concession holder like that. Or some of the really big projects that came at us through submissions, we're fast tracking, we'd basically be privatising that whole end of the reserve to parking, conference centres, whatever. Is there somewhere within the reserve management plan that we should have some form of guidance around how commercial leases will be managed? Some sort of.
No, I think that's more in our agreement.
Leases, some of which were agreed 10, 20, 30 years ago.
So yeah, we have a standard lease, like an agreement, and that's that detail in there, which I think this is a guidance to say whether or not that activity should happen, but then the conditions on that is commercial negotiation, which would be outside of this.
That would be outside of that.
Yeah. And as Jeannie said, we've got historic, some old leases that you're not able to change a lot of that, but new ones we do.
So 12.6, to enable new recreation opportunities that are sustainable and low impact on the environment.
Does anyone know the impact rating of this building?
Yeah.
Which one?
I think by how much we're shaking it. I'm sorry, 12.6.
So in that case, recreation would.
So if we were to say, okay, we're not going to do any more commercial footprint than what's up there already. But in the plan, we've got 12.6, enable new recreational opportunities that is sustainable and low impact on the environment, how would we enable that? How would this plan enable
So
that?
I've just been thinking about what we're discussing and just going back to that, whether you mustn't detract from, or you must maintain, enhance, make better. So if we've got, you could consider additional commercial activities where they maintain and enhance. That's not quite the right wording, but free public recreation access. Maintain and enhance or enhance ecological values, address pest control or maintain and enhance pest control. So you could kind of go, and that way, and have something in there about appropriate scale. That doesn't, again, it's difficult not to go into, that does not detract from the user experience or, maintains the reserve's qualities, which are backcountry, quiet, remote.
I suppose I looked at.
It says that do not adversely detract from the
Yeah.
general character and immunity of the reserve, but I agree.
And
we
it
need something
could be
in
more
about the
specific,
test
and
and-
go, if
It
you
was
want.
12.6, 12.13 and 12.17.
So maybe it's.
But I made sort of
get into the
highlights
detail.
around, are we delivering to those with the plan?
So maybe rather than get into the detail, maybe to explain to at least how it would work in a permission or statutory setting, what would happen if a recreational group came and they wanted to put in a trail in?
Yeah, so that is,
Describe what would happen so they understand how that approval would happen.
so I'm also thinking that's good to raise that because we do have a pathway to the trail master plan, which in response to working with the mountain bike club, we are setting out a pathway to, if they want to build a trail, they need to know what they need to meet and understand before it will get approved. So we're setting it out really clearly before they go off and design something to say, you must show that it's, probably built so the water's not going to rush down it and you're preventing user conflict and you're not displacing other users. And you could do the same for commercial activities
That's
where you've got
Yep.
a framework to say, if you want to operate here, you must protect and enhance these special things or what's special to the community.
Yeah.
So we're not saying you can't do it, but it must be done in a way that doesn't displace the existing users, which is what some ideas would. That it makes the reserve better.
Yeah.
They would have other
That's
tests around
exactly
landscapes.
that's exactly where it's coming from, on seeing the mountain biking framework
Yeah.
and going, that's a great start and there's some tweaks to that, but
Yeah.
that's on track. Can we do something similar around a commercial framework? And this is where, to pick up your point, Dave, I don't know whether it has to sit in the RMP, it might be more operational, but I do think there's value in creating a really an understood pathway for how we initiate and assess agreements. And again, it might not just be these, it might, and this is where my thinking comes in, it's any time we talk about value uplift of public land, so it might not be in this, and I get it, it's a way bigger, better work. But the objective points that it came up for me was 12.6, 12.13 and 12.17 was around new opportunities, variety of opportunities and future proofing and flexibility that the community understands, so that they get this transparency piece that they keep coming back to us on of please be transparent around how we make good in these areas or what bits are protected and we don't go near.
We've proposed something similar for the Glenorchy Strip Reserve Management Plan. It's very different, obviously, for a discrete, it's one type of user. And it's very restricted by other means. However, we have gone, a concession methodology agreement shall be prepared and kept current, that it will address these criteria, these things. So it's a very different tool for a different outcome. But we are starting to do it with trail master plans, with Glenorchy Strip. Potentially, obviously, the draft is about to be notified. For the high level of interest and profile and use and existing commercial activity, do these reserves warrant something over and above what we are already doing with all of our reserves? As a blueprint that could be for other reserves.
Because it made me look at 10 around competing recreational demands as well. And I felt that with some sort of guidance or a framework, it might help sort out some of our user conflicts and competing demands through having a bit of a criteria that we could.
I would caution against introducing too many new factors to this though, given again, the high profile nature and the range of existing and future commercial operators and the high stakes of that. I think we probably but introducing a new concept could be a bit of a could be challenged. However, including some additional, not additional criteria, but making it clearer to new people coming along, what are those values we're seeking to protect? You could do it, they're already in the plan, but we're just making it very clear. If you want to do a commercial activity, these are the things that need to be protected and enhanced, and obviously it's at council's discretion, and it shouldn't be an or. So you can't be, well, we could, fence off the reserve and remove all the wildings and, do restoration if we can have a commercial, exclusive use to that.
So I feel like we're kind of thinking out loud here.
Always.
Yeah, so I guess how much will we actually
I think
helping, so we probably need to provide some guidance.
I'm thinking, to address this and to actually give it some weight, we've got 14.5.10. Do we add E in there, which would then cover some of that? So again, we could go away, draft something that then looks at the things that are missing in here and maybe clarifies some of these points a little bit more and put that back in.
Or must deliver the vision by protecting and enhancing these aspects. I am thinking aloud. Yes.
I know, but I think we need to be more operational. Like, I think if you say must deliver the vision again, it's just so wide.
Yeah, but then provide a list of the expectations that are already set out in this plan. Make it really clear if you're a commercial activity wanting to establish, you must demonstrate how you meet these.
Like one of the points you raised was capacity, right? And that I think being able to evaluate our infrastructure capacity, I think, is really important because we talk about it from wildfire management and those sorts of bits. But if somewhere we're not actually assessing in the future what are our capacities of our reserves from a health and safety perspective or of those sorts of bits, you go, well, yeah, again, I don't want to overcomplicate it by getting into things. And what I'm actually leaning towards is that this is a piece of work that sits outside of the RMP, but I think it is a significant piece of work that somehow our objectives in the RMP could point to. And are we doing that pointing through 12.6, 12.13, 12.17 around the values that we do want to protect, whether it be noise. I mean, one of the thoughts that came up for me, we talk about motorised in there. Is an e-bike motorised? Is that considered a motorised form of transport? Is a gondola for connectivity above a noise threshold of keeping quiet in a reserve? Just a few of those sorts of bits around what new opportunities are we limiting through some of those words or some of our values around what's existing, is it able to be managed? What do we mean by quiet experience?
We do have to keep it high level, but it's a tool that guides us to make good decisions.
I think that's why we have to lean on the values so hard.
Yeah.
Because we don't know
Can't anticipate.
what people will interpret as a motorised vehicle, like ICE vehicles, or is it electric vehicles are okay? So I think we just need to stick to the values.
But again, we can put the motorised vehicle in the definitions, which is, you know,
Yeah,
like the proper sort of.
And I get what Lisa's picking up on here is that, and what I said before is we want a high bar, which is the values. But we don't want to make it absolutely
So
impossible,
prescriptive.
so that we're actually restricting entrepreneurship. Because we will get people, some very smart people that will come along and go, actually, I can meet all those values and I can enhance it even more than anyone ever thought by doing X, Y, Z. We don't know what that is yet, but it might be a permissible activity because of what they've actually done to mitigate all the impacts. So how do we allow that to happen?
And I think it's Jean, most of the things that have come at us when assessed against the RMP could happen under the draft. So it's almost like, are there areas we perhaps need to be a bit clearer, yeah, of going, well, we didn't quite mean that. We didn't mean.
But does say consider.
Yes.
That's not a good, that's a consider.
Yeah.
So in practice, it would, depending on the activity, it would either come to officers and we would consider, or would come to the council.
Committee or.
Yeah, and if they've done the work and actually found a way where they can actually enhance and sell the story to everybody, then it gets through.
Yeah, there'll always be
Pick some.
different versions of the documentation.
If you look at, and because you'd be a whole lot of other considerations, you know,
Yeah.
whether the community wants it.
Yeah.
a whole range.
Absolutely, it's got to tick a lot of boxes, right, before it actually happens, but at least it's fast track, in which case someone else does it. We have no.
That is true.
Yeah, I do think that it is,
we'll take it away and we'll
Cool.
add something in there we'll just put a note within there under E and we'll look at how we can address it.
Even if it's just
Strengthen
kind of
that
stepping
in
it out
terms of-
as to what it is
Yes,
covered and
yeah.
what isn't.
So then that leads us to, I think we were looking at the two submissions on the new proposals. And Jenny, you were saying, you know, there's sort of three options here within the submissions the other day with
so Southern Infrastructure Limited and Southern Limited.
and they both had submissions where they wanted to be acknowledged within the plan.
But explicitly, well, in the case of RMP, explicitly for that particular company, for particular operation, but was Southern Infrastructure Limited more generically around a gondola transport system.
So there's two parts to that. To put them into the plan would mean a significant change to the plan, which would mean we would need to go out again with the process under the Reserves Act in terms of asking for submissions on that. But there are other pathways within this, isn't it, to maybe look at some consideration or mention within the plan. And acknowledgement, whether it's just at a transport level, the word transport.
Or corridor or.
Worked some wording already for us, or?
Well, we were just discussing.
Potential additions to section 11, planned commercial recreation development, so there's no wording.
What's that?
So that's on page 10 of.
Of those? No,
10 of the actual
plan.
plan.
Of the draft. Oh, sorry, it's numbered page. So it's section 11. And actually in the Word document, it is just updating, so let me know that it's on page. Sorry, a bit of a lag.
There was some,
12, page 12, the Word document.
Section 11, okay.
there's some reference to undergrounding the utility, the electrical utility in the plan.
Yeah.
And that is quite aspirational as far as financial burden. But that was somewhere where I was sort of thinking around these, the planning and imagine, for example, somebody goes with a big bucket of money, I'll underground it and use the electricity corridor to let my gondola through. You know, it's like, as transport utility, is that able to be considered as, or again, future proofing, do we go, we're threatened with brownouts by 28? What happens if we want to run another big power line through somewhere? Does utility trump reserve, or is that what currently happens around.
Yeah, there's other pieces of legislation to enable those big public
For
works.
big public works, somebody could come in and go under that Public Works Act or whatever it is, I can put another power line through there. And transport,
I don't know, 100% sure, with control, so that's where, you know, if you're going to put a new road through, like Transmission Gully, you put in your designation, and you designate that for public works, and then you negotiate the conditions. Recognising that Queenstown Hill and Lomond are both designated for reserve purposes, so that does have that protection and power under that legislation as well for those purposes. But yes, there's a lot at play with those big infrastructure developments, which I'm definitely not an expert on, but there's other pieces of legislation, many of which are under reform at the moment. So, I think what we've touched on before, rather than trying to anticipate everything that could potentially come, we just really need to emphasise what's important about those reserves and
what we're trying
to protect, and if something does happen, how it needs to contribute to that.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. I'm a little uncomfortable mentioning specific companies that are going to, or thinking about doing something without, you know, with no consents currently.
Or detail.
Correct. So I think we keep it broad, go back to the values this is trying to achieve. If they fit those criteria, great. But I don't think it's, again, we could have a dozen companies that come to us and say, hey, I want to be part of your reserve management plan because I think I'm going to do something. So I don't think.
Because you know, some sort of transport system through Queenstown Hill, if you look at the map, who knows, it might be one tower. It could be a huge swathe cut through the middle, so it could actually have the ability to really enhance the reserve, or it could potentially completely annihilate it. We don't know, and that's, so how do we, I think that, again, there would be the opportunity once specifics were known and it was progressed, then you do those, keep under continual review. That is the ideal, is that we're continually looking at them and updating them to keep them current and to respond, but we shouldn't be reviewing the values and what's important about those reserves and how things could protect and enhance.
It makes it clear for the public, I think, to understand without getting too bogged down.
So what are you saying?
Or just their clear communication of somebody reading this, you know, around what is a big subject in terms of the future that we don't know about, you know.
I mean, historically, we've always, it's been pretty clear when you talk about, you know, whacking a monorail through to Milford, everybody goes like, no way, hands off the reserve land, you're not putting a transport link in there. But if we look at that map and you go, well, say there was a transport link coming all the way in on private land up in the highlands, have we allowed enough flexibility that it could just drop through a reserve to access town, rather than putting a whole transport corridor through the middle of the reserve, just going, it's that connectivity and accessibility bit of going, could you just, with enough public benefit and uplift and things, make sure that we're not going, no way, Jose, protect, enhance, don't come anywhere near it, hands off. And I think it's that little bit of, I don't want the plan to be out of date 3 months from now when whatever operator gets an okay. But 100% support where Matt's coming from is, this is not about picking winners. This is not saying we're behind XYZ company and their plan. It's just saying that, are we protecting accessibility, connectivity, all those values of the reserve? Are we now?
I think the best way maybe to do it, so if there's existing activities, so I think you can acknowledge those because they're existing activities. Acknowledging specific entities or activities in the future. Specific projects will be a little bit.
Or purchase or
Well, no, what I was going to suggest is you can look at the activities, but maybe not acknowledge the specific project. There's not enough
Yeah.
detail.
Yeah,
in
that's
it.
right.
So it's
No.
transports, but it doesn't say where.
It's
Yeah.
just transport.
Yeah.
Transport and connectivity rather than XYZ company.
Instead of even using the transport.
Your transport makes me nervous.
Yeah.
Not always compatible with reserves.
No,
Do you have, you know, consider or enable?
Not enable.
Not enable, but
Acknowledge.
yeah, connections that. Well, yeah, connections and
I do think, sorry.
no,
to interrupt.
yeah.
I think it's acknowledging that certainly Queenstown Hill, possibly Lomond, is in a connection pathway, potential connection pathway
okay,
for possible mass rapid transport solutions. Yeah, and that's how her main role is to really be looking after these reserves for the public that use them and the environment. That's our main job as reserve administrators. But we do need to acknowledge that Queenstown CBD is, and the Wakatipu is extraordinary in terms of growth and opportunity and pressures, and these two reserves are very attractive, quite restrictive in some ways, but are part of that overall offering that is Queenstown and the Wakatipu. So we will always be getting increasing initiatives and pressure and ideas and opportunities.
So what's
So
the
it's-
advice you could be experiencing?
For Queenstown Hill in particular, with regards to the specific mass rapid transport, I think to us to work on how it could be identified that Queenstown Hill is part of a corridor that might provide some potential solutions. And therefore, it's even more important to be acknowledging our role in protecting and enhancing those values, but not in a way that necessarily is nobody can do anything anywhere.
So that would be looking at section 14.6 and potentially adding an additional policy in there regarding the corridor under infrastructure and reserve development.
I think so. If you could do it hand in hand with saying it could be a really amazing solution, but it's also really important to uphold these values when that's being considered. Not saying
So
that it would be a way to say whether you can say yes or no to it, but you're just acknowledging that
Well, you know, like thinking through that one, again, it brings me back to that framework of going, the first check would have to be that it was consistent with the vision and the character of the RMP. That it protected the environmental values around landscape, biodiversity, public accessibility and connection.
Yeah.
But then also that there was some kind of financial or in-kind return to QLDC, that there was tangible
quite
public, there was tangible public benefit and community offset with maintenance contribution and environmental enhancement. So you're going, if you were going to put your minimal impact on the environment, transportation connectivity piece in, we would need to be seeing really clear public benefit. You'd be contributing into the maintenance of the reserve, you'd be getting in behind removing those wildings and reforesting it. You'd be really giving environmental enhancement funding and making sure that the landscape and biodiversity were protected, or you wouldn't even get across the first gate post of considering putting anything in there.
And that comes back to that policy that we looked at before, and so that will be in there, they will go through that you just, you know, because we're just going to add and strengthen that.
I think.
But it's actually having, now are we looking at this sort of putting something in the plan to acknowledge that there could be
And that's where I'm hearing
No,
Jenny's.
I don't think acknowledging that there could be transport. I think just acknowledging that where the reserve lies and its characteristics lends it to potentially being connect within a corridor. But I also think just what you're suggesting there, that would be a wonderful utopia, but we probably need to be careful because that could be, I'm sure, you know, as that out of the remit of the reserve management plan, it's probably the role of the district plan or the fast track approvals or some of those other pieces of legislation, but providing that guidance to say these values need to be upheld with any proposal. If there was a terminal at the top of Queenstown Hill, it wouldn't just be the transport thing that we'd be dealing with. We'd be looking at significant pressure on trails, commercial, retail, all of the other things that would go with that. That it wouldn't just be transport. We would have a whole raft of other activities that would be needing to consider.
Which brings us back to that infrastructure
Yeah.
capacity.
Or just again, reiterating what those values are and how they would be upheld with whatever the nature of any proposal is that comes to us.
So I've got some more wording that's simplified, hopefully. To enable consideration of future commercial activity that delivers substantial community and reserve-wide benefit, where these align with the reserve's long-term values.
So that's the start of that is contradictory, because you've got to enable.
Consideration.
Yeah, so.
You can take out enable if you want.
Yeah, it's
To
like you've got,
consider.
you've got enable and consider, so we'll just have to tidy up that.
But is that, well, it's,
Can you read that again?
Can you, repeat it?
to consider
Mhm.
future commercial activity that delivers substantial community and reserve-wide benefit, where these align with the reserve's long-term values. I can send it to you if you want.
So when we say commercial activity, elsewhere in the plan, we just talk about commercial recreation activity, so it's got a very
You can
it's got
take
a
out
recreation aspect to it, but
You can just put activity instead of commercial.
Mhm.
To consider future activity that delivers substantial community and reserve-wide benefit, where these align with the reserve's long-term values.
And visions.
yeah, I think we should probably leave that one there, but also
Yeah.
we would want to get legal advice on the
Yeah,
Unintended consequences.
Can you just give an example of what you're considering would be the benefit? So I have a picture in my mind. I don't know if it's the same as yours.
no, probably not. It's okay. Let's just say I'm a commercial operator with a great idea for how we can fix the transport issues. And I come to you and I say, hey, look, I want to build a rapid mass transport option. And if the reserve management plan isn't flexible enough to allow me to continue that discussion on, and there isn't a pathway where we can find an opportunity there, in my mind, it's too restrictive.
Mhm.
But we're not being so prescriptive in this statement. That means it's allowing a free-for-all for everybody. If that makes sense.
And
Trying to wordsmith this so that it actually, when someone reads it, they go, oh yeah, there's an opportunity here, but it's going to be hard. So let's put our thinking caps on here and how we can solve this.
what I'm also hearing as well, because the other option we have is prohibit, only have the reserve for informal recreation activity, which is previously what it has been.
Mm.
So in these deliberations, the decision to be made is, prohibit, super enabling, somewhere in between. In response to those submissions, I think I can understand where I think you're going with it, but I think, it'd be helpful to
Sure.
kind of say, in terms of a decision being made in response to submissions, that there should be large scale activity, whether it's public works or transport or commercial activity on Queenstown Hill. Is that the outcome of
Yeah, it feels like.
is the direction of this reserve management plan?
So, it feels like you need to kind of decide, you want to make it permissive or not permissive, and then we write the policy, because it doesn't feel like you kind of determine.
Well, based on that,
I don't know.
if you can only choose one or the other, then I think what I'm saying is permissive.
Yeah, that's
The bar's really high.
I feel like we're writing a more permissive type.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like that's where you're headed after the discussion.
I think that's quite a key decision in terms of our response to public, is to say, the final version of the plan.
How we permissibly make that, this comes out of
Exactly.
the description.
That comes down to what,
Yeah,
what
and the
you work
controls
in the end.
around that. Yeah.
But I think that's what I'm saying.
Mhm.
I think you are saying, yeah. The more I've listened to it, I feel like you're going for.
Well, I think
Well,
this
that's-
was also the bit that's in the public interest, quite
Yeah.
high public interest. It was a piece that was picked up from the hearings from the
Yeah.
media as what is the councillor's position going to be on transport solutions. Hearing your concerns, Jenny, around we don't want to have a 6-lane highway through the middle of Queenstown Hill. It does not meet, it's not
Protect the
consistent.
values.
It's not consistent with the vision and the values and the character of the reserve. However, if you were to read through that RMP and were able to tick all those boxes on accessibility and amazing views and biodiversity and reforestation and all those
And benefits
bits,
to all, not just the users of
Um,
the service.
I think we're missing a mark if we do not allow some permissibility, because at the moment, it is our biggest issue.
But
it's-
Yeah,
but what you're saying, the
Facts.
bar needs to be really high, but it's not a no.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And,
Yeah.
and,
and
yeah,
that brings, sorry, Matt. just
well, we've
begin.
got the gondola already in place on Ben Lomond Reserve. So it's not like we haven't permitted it already.
It did start off much smaller. Have you seen the original? Like one person.
I've got a photo
Yeah.
of me in one of them,
Yeah.
but, yeah, and it is again going back to some of those earlier vision statements that we made around iconic alpine environments and landscapes, where we look globally of going, there is some room around alpine appropriate methods in there. We're not talking about a MEG train coming through, or, you know,
Monorail.
or a 6-lane highway or a whatever, but I think that point, coming back to the bar has to be high, brings me again to that framework piece of going, nobody does anything if we don't see tangible public benefit and reserve benefit as a trade,
Ecological.
as a
minimum
win-win.
values.
Yeah.
I think that's the, probably for the hearings panel, without having the chatters looking to the future in Queenstown Hill and knowing what might lie ahead is probably the area we're trying to tiptoe through a little bit and trying to get the right wording or the right support between the three of us of where we want to go with this for the better of the community. So I think this is the one sticking point that I think was always going to raise its head to a certain extent. And I think it is important that maybe you do give us some guidance in that wording after hearing the discussion and the points made by the councillors on my right.
We had one submission that pulled out an old gondola link coming from Fern Hill to the top of Ben Lomond. It's not in the DMP, but I remember seeing it in one of the submission maps. Again, of going, well, like, is that a commuter? Look, of where people actually start using our reserves as their daily.
Well,
Yeah.
It's
I think-
that pathway above, it's the corridor, isn't it? It's not necessarily the reserve.
We need to remember there's an easement that's been approved up on Queenstown Hill that will put that road into the commonage block that is going to be transport in our reserve as well. So that's going to significantly change.
Use that on our.
Yeah, that's it, right, yeah, so the
Yes.
yeah, the dotted hedged line in grey.
Yeah.
So that will change the experience up there that's already been approved through
Right.
council.
Excuse the food, so I was just gonna feel like we had a pretty good discussion about the activity down here in 1 mile
Mhm.
and the transport one. Still not 100, I think I've got it in my head, been quiet. What have you written down in terms of what we've got to do safely?
So he's got a good point here, under commercial use, 14.5.7 again. Sorry.
So rather than
so-
read out the policy,
Mhm.
just
Explain.
clarify what we're going back and doing.
So how Matt spoke about actually considering, if we did have a proposal that had community and reserve-wide benefits that align to the vision and values being permissive, so looking to I guess construct.
Not permissive, considering.
Consider,
Yeah,
okay,
consideration.
we just, we haven't drafted anything yet, but we said some thoughts here about putting something in that would, I guess.
I do feel we need to go and get legal advice like from Brendan on this too, because you like say unintended consequences could be amazing for some ideas out there that we don't know about.
Like,
Yeah, I think that just to sort of, as we get towards 12, maybe it's, you comfortable, David? Is that-
Yeah, I'll just make,
I think we just-
knew exactly what we're.
Yeah, that the, you come back once again with the wording, I think if you put that good comment. As to where maybe we're leaning, so leave that to you to come back to us on, yeah. Okay. Happy,
thank you. Yep,
happy,
great.
lunch break, staff,
You know how she
How many
wants
more
any
times we
more.
got to run through?
or do you want to?
Well, that's certainly,
benefit.
Want a question?
I wonder, so there's also in terms of commercial activities, a skyline, submission
Oh, yeah.
around the alignment with the proposed
CBD.
district plan.
Yeah.
We could fit that in before lunch if you wanted to,
How
or
we can,
Maybe touch on, we shall touch on each of them.
consider this.
I just think it is quite relevant to the commercial activity side of
And
things.
give them one to actually touch on.
Please do it after lunch. Yeah. They want to do it anyway before lunch, like getting a try before lunchtime.
Toilets,
What time?
give us toilets. Although they.
You having to adjourn for lunch, or do you want a working lunch?
You want to do toilets?
Up to you guys. Yeah, no, I think they want to do an easy one before lunch, but.
Okay, he's one before lunch, he's one before lunch,
But I think that's saying as an easy
I
one.
don't know if there is.
yeah.
We could consider feral cats.
Okay, yeah.
So, yes,
Just a couple of submissions to include feral cats.
Yes.
And that came through quite strongly.
yes, and goats.
So pests, goats, possums and cats. There was a couple of submissions around that, so that's on page 26, it would be 28.
7.5 or something, so that's section.
And unfortunately, because of a little, another submission, we've had a change to the numbering, but it's under pest management,
2.5.
14.3.11 in the draft document.
What was it, 14?
3, did you say?
Yeah, 14.3.11, and there's 3 criteria to undertake pest control and give priority to different criteria. And the third one is targeting the management of goat, deer, possum, hare, and the suggested the suggested wording is feral cat populations. And there were multiple submissions around feral cats being included.
As in controlling feral cats, versus not controlling.
Or giving priority, so the wording is undertake pest control programs on the reserve, recognising the Otago Regional Council's pest management plan and giving priority to. And so then the programs that target the management of goat, deer, possum, hare and feral cat populations would be priority. But it's just, I think also like to give emphasis to that as a pest group that that the people put to see controlled.
I guess the question is if you're going to talk about pest management, do you include all pests or do you just broadly say pests?
Yeah, that's the,
Because we're leaving out rats and mice and hedgehogs as well, and the stoats and ferrets. So.
Yeah,
So it's, yeah.
So probably the answer, so maybe contributing to that question is why you're doing, what sort of pest control are you doing it, more importantly, why you're doing it?
Same as the biodiversity.
Yeah, so you don't do pest control to control mice. You do pest control to control mice because they have an effect on nesting birds and other species. So, so it's the same with hedgehog. Well, you know, that's to protect those species.
Fabulous.
That's what I told my kids when I ran over a possum last night.
Yeah.
They were horrified.
So, yeah. So, but in some of our pests, some of the pest work you'll do will be because they have an impact on plantings that are happening up there. They have a coming out into, or they're coming out of the reserve and entering into our urban areas. So think about why you're doing pest control rather than the pest control itself.
So are votes still not on the ORC pest control? So
It is under review at the moment, but under the operative pest plan, they're not, you know more. about that.
Yeah, we did ask for a site-led program on goats, but it didn't get addressed, so we can, try and push that avenue through again when we have an opportunity to submit, but they're not currently.
and are pets an issue for us in the reserves?
They could be in the future, and I know they're not, I know they're moving through and they're quite, around Macetown area, et cetera. There never used to be high numbers and there's high numbers in there now, so it could be a problem in the future.
Because in our town, we've got user conflict already on trails between pigs
Yeah.
and trail users. And I think, picking up your point around the why,
Why?
coming across here, bad for our biodiversity, but it's not going to hurt you.
No.
It's those sorts of, and the feral cat bit was so much bordering residential. It's, again, it's these bits of which bits sit within this plan and which bits are in our wider pest control conversation, because, touchy subject, but chipping cats so that whether it's your Fernhill moggies wandered up the hill for a nighttime stroll, and we're not going to take it out, versus a fully feral, totally almost different species of animal out there marauding and needing to be controlled. That's quite a different public conversation to be having.
I think the why with cats in particular is both these reserves have been magnets for cat feeding stations because they're so close to the urban area. So they've both, cat feeding stations in both of these reserves, and still one, to our knowledge, I think, might have been removed recently. So I think providing that indication that that is an area that counts, direction that council is wanting to move in to potentially, but equally, like you say, that should come through the climate and biodiversity action plan, which is
It's a policy.
being considered in that plan.
So we'd say no feeding
No cat
station
feeding
within the reserve, for example, to address that.
Yeah.
By targeting the management of the feral cat, we wouldn't be supporting the cat feeding station.
You're acknowledging that they are recognizing that,
Luke, yeah. Mhm.
Feed them at your house, not the reserve.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they have like what are they called? Like 7 or 8 cats usually are actually.
So,
Colin,
is there a question for us here to answer, or?
Two options, considering your point that you made at the beginning, potentially not specifying the animal groups and amending that they completely. I thought this was going to be an easy one. Or just adding feral cats, but then, as you say, that ignores the other, well, not ignores, but it's not specifically listing other pest groups. So maybe we'll have to have a think on this one. It's not as easy as I thought it would be, unless there is a clear direction from the panel.
Well, again, if you give me any introduced pest species, I can tell you why what's in here, but the list is quite long, and are we actually going to actively be managing these pests, or just supporting the user groups and volunteer groups to
It's
do
more of the second,
right? So,
yeah. the
which you've got there, right?
in 14.3.12, does that cover us?
Yeah, that, we could change trapping, we could, change volunteer trapping to be more, to expand that out.
Yeah.
And,
Supporting pest removal work,
yeah,
or pest control, or pest management work,
and that would cover it.
because we might end up with a new invasive bug species that we have to consider spraying for or something. I'm a bit with Matt of going, there's a lot of animals in there, and where do we prioritise our spending?
And I am worried though, if we do remove the pests listed here, that it may appear like we're taking a foot off the pedal,
Mm.
which is not the case. So how do you find that balance?
Yeah, because there are a lot of submissions specifically regarding goat management, in particular. Yes, so I think that
Goats and cats.
it's good to be conscious of that. Yeah.
Can you acknowledge specific pest species that are of current importance?
I think goats, control of active management of goats will be fundamental to the success of any wilding and reforestation
Yes.
projects.
Yes.
And that is probably, possums, not so much.
Is that
Rat control,
possums?
you know, like we obviously want to definitely control those because of what that does for the wider
Yes.
predator pest
Yes.
efforts,
Because-
but goats in particular, and I think cats in particular historically have had a specific effect on the management of these reserves.
On these two specifically.
Yes, maybe a good way to think about this in the RMP sense is, maybe it doesn't target work, drive work, but maybe more establishes the council's position on those species within the reserves.
That might be the way to do it.
Yeah, so it's, if there's a community groups come in and said, hey, we love these goats, they're awesome, they're just a great species, it kind of defines the council's position. If the RMP says we will target them in the reserve, kind of defines our response with that decision.
Have we got, and we've got good data obviously sitting in behind those statements.
Yeah, it's the same with cats. You know, if we're not going to allow cats, it doesn't mean we're going to go out and do target cats. Yeah, they're saying we will not mow
Be clear about that.
those species being cats being released, and then we will not endorse that.
It comes back to that why question you had.
The
Why
why
are we
yeah,
doing?
yes,
Why are we specifically targeting that species?
yeah.
We
And so
say-
deer might be the one. You know, let's say deer start to get to make people start to love seeing deer around, but it would kind of define the council's position on deer. Yeah, we're going to target.
We've got a lot of
And just
deer
to
up
add to that,
Uh,
But there's lots. Between our town and
Backside,
right now.
is it?
over that way there is.
yeah, and just to add to that, so the Otago Regional Council, they, you know, that pest management is there. And we have stated under the first one that we will recognise the pest plan. And so they're the lead agency on pests. So if there are any additional pests that come up, et cetera, we're sort of covering that in that first point that we
Yeah,
recognise.
they'll
the
become a
pest
step
plan.
through requirement. You know, if there's pests that come up, and they will be directed to do that, and it'll be really fine, just like any other land. But
And we're saying target the management, not elimination of. So we're not,
yeah,
you know, we're trying to keep numbers where they're manageable. And if we suddenly start having masses of goats down in the CBD, taking out cars and buses on Shotover Street, different level of needing to
Right.
manage numbers, right? Like what we've got on Gorge Road, if they were coming out of here, we might need to prioritise goats more specifically.
so I guess it's a similar issue as with the golden conifers. So you know, you're establishing a position on that within the reserve, and I think the direction from.
Or maybe
I
later.
think we had 2 culls a year, is that right, on goats? 2 culls.
Let's go back and ask Georgie, but she does do.
Yeah,
work up there. I think it's.
Yeah, I think it's
Nothing
always
this year,
a couple,
yeah.
yeah, that. I stepped out every year.
It's just getting harder and harder with the recreation and the reserve.
Yeah,
You know,
okay,
like
so that becomes
trying
interesting.
to actually
Uh,
find
it's
a
blind
suitable
dog. I
time
think
to
it's
carry
blind
that out.
dog, isn't it?
And working with neighbours as well.
Yeah.
Live capture techniques, are they?
Oh, yeah,
Live capture.
we have looked at that, but
Bring back 600.
found a solution, but yeah, just because it's quite fluffy there, but it would be great to get the dogs and bring them down to Wood Road and put them in some pens, but
He's like,
yeah.
Happy with that?
yep, I think so. Did you
Okay,
get the answers you need?
Yeah.
Us?
So thank you.
that's the easy one before lunch.
Easy one.
It was easy in the end, sort of.
Work on it.
Work with it for a day and think how easy it
Well, it
was.
wouldn't be easy. They could work.
What a great way to start the week. Cool, so we should take a break for lunch.
Yep.
Adjourn 12:15 or 15. Happy with that? Half an hour? Maybe along you want, staff?
So what time are we finishing? 3 or 2? 2.
Yeah.
Two.
Yeah.
2. It's an hour and a half to do.
So Sophie's just advised we can push it out if we need it, but
We are booked till 2, because no one else wants to this room after us, so I can nudge it out.
Like, I don't have any other date free, so it'd be good just to try and get through.
So that would
Okay.
be.
Okay.
You
Got an
took
appointment
on
at 3,
the-
so I might.
Okay, great.
Well, I might.
So that's-
so how long do you want for lunch? Just
Half an hour.
half an hour, okay,
Now, thank you.
good one,
Awesome.
thank you, Sophie.
Oh, no. Same like that. Oh, it's there. I can't.
Oh, yeah, call it 1. We'll resume public deliberations. We'll have nice enjoyable lunch, nice wee break. Right, just prior to breaking for lunch, Matt assured me we've gone through 3 of the 6. So we'll hand it back to staff to guide us through the next session if we can, please.
And now. Okay, yeah, so the next one was user conflict. And to address that, that was brought up by you, but to address that within the plan, if we look at the biking policies and about creating the strategy, so we just see whether or not that addresses.
Yep.
So if we go to policy number. Fourteen point six.
14.
14.6.6, biking and walking tracks. And the first policy is to actually, there isn't a trail master plan that formalizes the tracks, and that would be the first for the reserve, which would then address conflict. But did you have something specific to comment on that?
I'll pass this to Lisa for a second.
Sure.
Yeah, 14.6.
6.6, biking and walking tracks.
Page 38 of the word document.
Yeah, I'm really supportive of some kind of trail framework. And also in acknowledging that at the moment, we're not really protecting our walker accessibility or giving it the spotlight that it could have. And I think the number of lost walkers and the number of walkers that are there is perhaps a little underrepresented at the moment, because we've got such an active and visible mountain bike user group and sort of bike and approach overall in the district at the moment. I'm just seeing it pop up in other bits. So the Tiki Trail, the Fernhill Loop, those areas where there is ability to really ameliorate or make better those walking trails. I think there's opportunity for us in there to, and that sort of brought me back to some of the guidance around how many entries and where the entries and things were as well. I think there's some merit in considering Lakeview as a Tiki Trail kind of walking gateway that highlights mana whenua values. I think there's merit in Wynyard becoming a bike sort of parking facility, access point, Queenstown Hill as well. I just think there's, you know, you could say iconic walking trail in there, but I've got a little bit of a concern around the public-private interface and,
So there's policies in the plan that support all of that, you know, we've got the policies in there that support the entrances, we've got the policies in there that support improving wayfinding and signage, and then we've got the policies which support a trail master plan, and then also considering where there's pedestrian conflicts and making sure that they're sorted out. So is there anything that you think needs to change in the plan? Are you happy with the way that we have presented it?
I'm happy with the way you've presented it. I think one of the big issues for us is this unauthorised trail piece. And I just don't see how we can stretch our authority outside of the reserve, and that might mean that if we're not gonna, and we've got a lot of red lines on this drawing.
Yeah.
And if they're all unauthorised, and a lot of calls from submissions around what we authorise or how we make that a usable network if they don't have private land willingness of private landholders to continue that opportunity. Like if all of that private land just vanished from being accessible, what does that mean to a trail network within the reserve? So I think we've got to future-proof the thinking a little bit around that over what land we do control. Don't know how.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess Mr. Middleton's comments and the public submissions were pretty straight to the point, which is what you expect Calvin to say. There's a lot of red there, isn't there? And then we've got the commonage.
And if we look at that Strava heat map, the main uphill access to the network at the moment is on private land. And this panel can't go, yep, let's authorise that. So if we took that out, what does that mean as far as a trail framework and managing the trails within the reserve?
And I think we have to remember the forestry plan, which is coming to council soon, is proposing to remove the trees, which would then, all these trails are grades 5 and 6, 5, 7. So they would not be there if the area was harvested as well. So it's like, I guess, looking at opportunities in the future for new trails rather than.
So like all of these points, we get asked what our position is on it. And does that come through in the documentation? And I guess the question is, are we actively discouraging or encouraging unauthorised trail networks? And my stance on it would be actively discourage unauthorised trail building. And that's the council position. That would be my recommendation. And then how we do that's up to you guys.
Bastard, don't kick it.
But I guess it should be a collaboration with the likes of the Queenstown mountain bike community and the club. So that they are also on board with discouraging unauthorised trail building. So regardless of whether they have control over their members or non-members at all, that should be their message as well, as partners of QLDC.
Managed retreat.
Yeah. Well, I think too that that again, just looking at that bit of going, well, I think you raised it on our site visits. These bits of land were kind of ignored and nobody was doing anything with them for a long time. Right? There wasn't environmental value and biodiversity being cared for. There wasn't, and these groups have created very highly valued public amenities, rightly or wrongly, that have created a lot of public recreational value and asset. So it's a bit hard to then turn around and go, yeah, but you can get out now as well. I think it's that hard bit of going, we've got a community here that loves its biking and is growing through that. But I just don't think we can bully private landowners into continuing right of use where we've just taken that. And if we're not going to do that, then how do we work with these user groups to go, well, it's like we said before, what is capacity? How many trails is enough trails? Of what grade? What grades are missing? And all do you, I'd really support the work that's being suggested around creating a framework with the sector that says we're going to assess the trails, we're going to work out which ones we would authorise and what would we do around those and what's a future plan for those. But all the calls for us just to go, this has been here 20 years and it's the hottest heat map, okay it. Can't do that. Yeah,
So no changes.
Doesn't,
It reads pretty well to me.
yeah, same.
so that, and so it's just not having the wording, so effectively the trail map up. So what I'm hearing is not endorse new trails, both sides, and how that would play out here is we've got a whole lot of established trails. And over here we're on these unauthorised ones.
Yeah, and there's a bit of work to do between the mountain bike community and council to go, okay, well, this one is the one unauthorised trail which we're going to authorise.
Yeah, and
So there's a bit of work to go through.
Yeah, that's quite clear up there. We've got good guidance from Stephen.
But I think going forward, it's a case of don't build any more unauthorised trails because this reserve is not yours, it's everybody's and there's a process.
Yeah, if you want to build a trail, there's a process, there's a framework that it has to meet. And there may be new trails, because as we start harvesting wildlands, we're going to take, there might be a need to move some. So again, I think it's that flexibility to go. We're not saying no new trails, but we're saying if there's a new trail, it has to meet criteria.
Which is here in the plan,
Yes, it's already there.
Under
Yeah.
14.6.7, it spells out what's required for new trail development and how that can happen. First of all, 14.6.6 is the master plan, and then if there's new trails, it's 14.6.7, and then as you move down further, there are some policies that say actively discourage unauthorised trail building and use.
Is there anything around education or support education?
Add education into that. Educate and actively, we could add that in there. Because I think
And that
that's what
could
the
cover a
club,
few
we've been doing with the club, I think, to try and get people to understand the
Mm.
implications of.
And what about the land that's on Middleton property, the trails, sections of trails that are on the Middleton property? What, do we have is there anything redressed there in terms of Kelvin's submission?
I think if we're just looking forward and then with vegetation removal, then we just, with any new network that's planned, make sure that it's only in council administered reserve. But at the moment, we can't really, it's up to him to do something on his land. We can't really address anything outside of the reserve.
Yeah, so
I mean, you can have a generic work with adjoining landowners to formalise trail network if we wanted to, but equally, he's quite specifically said he
Yeah.
doesn't want it, and it's out of scope of the management plan, it's on
Mhm.
private land.
The only thing is the signage leading up to it and the
Yeah.
wayfinding.
Oh, it's,
Going on
yeah,
front,
but,
yeah.
yeah.
And then working with adjoining neighbours, that can change over time, etc. So I think we should just be concentrating on within the reserve.
So
I think what we're saying is we shouldn't endorse anything or approve anything which enables that, encourages that unauthorised use on private land.
Or relies on it.
Or relies on, well, that's what sort of, we think
Yeah.
we're saying the same thing,
Yeah.
And just one other, if somebody could just give me some guidance, sorry, Matt.
No, go for it.
While we're dealing with the red, I was made aware of a situation on Gorge Road. And I suspect it's where that red stops. But there's a landowners in here where the,
This one.
here, and that stops.
That by Petros, it's not next to Petros anymore, it's because that one got blocked.
It's
So
back,
they moved, they come
Yeah,
out somewhere else.
yeah.
but that's the issue, they come out
Yeah.
by a landowner who owns buildings here, where there's been a bit of a conflict around bikers coming and nearly colliding with staff members, so there's obviously a clash point there. The landowner has put tape up and they just continually move it. And then one day he came in and there was someone, whether they're from the mountain biking club or a mountain biker, with their weed whacker and shovels, making access on his land. Right.
Yeah,
So this guy's got pretty hot under the collar, as you would, and there's obviously, from time to time, there is the conflict of mountain bikers who come around a blind corner and could clobber into staff who are coming out of his building. So I don't know whether this is something that controls that. I mean, how do you stop?
I think the cause of this is that we've landlocked Queenstown Hill. We don't have, there should be an access point.
Yeah.
At the bottom of Helensvine Street or the bottom of Gord Road into Queenstown Hill. It's quite clearly accessible by some people, not everybody. So the fact that it's just continually being landlocked or encroached into, as many of those Gord Road properties do, you know, wouldn't it be great if we had the vision back then 30 years ago to set aside some land for an arrival point into the reserve? It's not condoning the behaviour of those mountain bikers or those users who are accessing at that point, but I think that trail network plan or the trail master plan would be the tool to try and address it, to go, look, clearly there's a need for bikers. Well, it's a really difficult one, isn't it? Because they could be coming from Perry Drive. We are allowing bikers in part of the reserve now. Previously, it just wasn't authorised or really acknowledged. Connectivity into town is clearly lacking. That's why they're coming out that point, because they're finding the easiest point. So
Path of least resistance.
trying to find a workable spot that works for the trail community, not just the bikers, as an arrival place. But ultimately, these people are not using their cars; they're biking completely from where they live and stuff, and that's why that issue exists.
So,
But we shouldn't, but it's not great.
northern exit where that yellow track path is. Now, east and northern, whatever we're calling it out that way. Is there opportunity that we haven't identified as far as that where else do you access, where could you access?
I
that
think
end of the
this will be
reserve?
addressed in a trail network plan. I think we're getting into the operational detail, and that's very steep down that side as well, but today we can't really look at, there's issues obviously with them, again, whether it's on the Queenstown Hill or private land along Gorge Road, and that needs to be addressed within the trail network plan. So if we just look this up a minute, at the moment, these trails aren't appropriate because of the way they're exiting the reserve onto private land or going through private land. So in the future, we need to address it to make sure that where there are trails, if there are trails, that they do exit in the appropriate locations.
Yeah, I think it might be quite good to acknowledge, if we were able to acknowledge there might be other issues along here with these other landowners that their bikers are coming in, but if it's acknowledged and raised at a level. Happy.
So I was thinking about your question, you were saying, would the RMP process address that particular issue? It might go as far as it establishes a position of council about the development of trails. Okay, but it wouldn't obviously do the on the ground elements, you know.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. The question was asked of me, and this might, I don't think this is within scope, but it was, so if a mountain bike comes down and staff member walks out and he comes down and goes bang, and there's an accident, and someone's seriously injured, where does the culpability lie?
Yeah.
How long is that? You don't have to put up with people adjusting his private property as they lean the trailer to make it more accessible.
Yeah, so the RMP was depending on the land, obviously probably the way I'm hearing it at the moment, we wouldn't support or authorise these things without those considerations.
Yeah.
I think that whole 14.6 actually 14.6.6 down to pretty much 14.6.21. Plan handles it really well. It's just how does that match what is currently happening? is the gap, but I think what you've got in the plan, there's not much missing. It's just applying the plan.
Fine with me.
We've got,
WCG.
do you have anything to say?
Yeah, just
yeah.
an additional point that the WCG has submitted on, which would be the additional item H, which would be visible in your tracked changes to that policy that we're just talking about whether financial or physical work should be required. So it's just a consideration, not a requirement. They're required to contribute to wilding, pine removal, native plant revegetation and pest animal trapping as a consideration when you're wanting to construct a new trail. And then in addition to that, if you're building tracks through the locations where the trees have been poisoned and are dead, the consideration would be whether the track builder would remove the dead trees that pose a safety hazard to track users. So that's come from the WCG submission.
And then there's just one more point, 14.6.9, it said remove and rehabilitate unauthorised tracks and trails, but I think we need to say we're practical because we just don't have the resources to remove all the unauthorised trails that are there at the moment. So it's just we're practical.
I don't think you
Or we could, no.
Case of what are you saying? You're gonna, yeah, what's your position?
Yeah.
Right. So one thing that pops out to me is we've got a lot of focus on managing bikers and biking networks, but we've only got one real point on pedestrian walking tracks, and I'd like to see us elevate those as a priority somewhere here. You know, when you've got 14.6.6C, you have 3 trails, 1 mile, Tiki Trail and Western Hill. And whether we elevate their status somehow to protect that those walking trails in particular from that conflict with users that are on bikes potentially. How do we elevate that to make sure that at all times we are protecting those 3 trails?
So we could go away and come up with some wording
Yeah.
to consider, or unless there were specific comments around.
Is that a question, right?
It is a question. It's more just deriving from the fact that we talk about managing bikes versus enhancing walking. So how do we do both? So we've got quite a bit on managing bikes, but what about, you know, the Tiki Trail? How are we going to manage enhancing the development of that trail, recognising the amount of users that are on there, and then also the signage, and making sure that visitors and locals are finding their way easily up those trails. I know it's more operational, but do we need to be more precise in this about maintaining and enhancing walking trails specifically and protecting them?
Would that be the trail plan, giving consideration to where biking trails go and how they affect?
Could be.
Could be, is that what you're thinking, sorry?
It could be. It just needs obviously a reference.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, where do you go to make sure that it's being put
Yeah,
in?
so I was thinking in practice, that would be, if we develop a trail plan, it must consider and prioritise.
Yeah, but also sort of elevating the status of those 3 trails in particular, which are, you know, regionally recognised as quite important trails. I don't want to use icon, but you know, they are well established walking trails.
Or the access road to the skyline. The couple.
So, you know,
Yeah, well, that's becoming that's chosen by pedestrians because it's an easy wayfind, and yet it creates user conflict with machinery and vehicles and.
but this is more, I mean, this section's about infrastructure building, so it might be a case of building one of those raceways where it slows the bikers down when they have to cross over those strategic walking paths. So, you know, the walker shouldn't have to be alert to bikers. Bikers should be alert to the walking trail and have to physically have to slow down. But again, that's probably far too deep. But you know what I mean? Protecting those strategic walkways.
I like your idea of somehow elevating
Yeah.
the walking into its own group, separate to biking, that we actually give it some recognition as having such an important value, because I also think how you look at when we were around that top arrival area of bikes and walkers at the top of the skyline, how there were just walkers everywhere lost off trail.
Yeah.
Bikers
Bikers are prioritised over walkers, which shouldn't be the case. It should be equal.
It should be equal, or even because they're slower
Yeah.
and less able to get out of the
Yeah.
way, give walkers priority, and I don't know, but
Yeah, I
I
think we're
think
certainly,
there's merits to giving them some focus.
Yeah.
yeah, I think we're hearing more, I'm certainly hearing more on the walk front than the bike front. Than
Yeah,
growing,
yeah.
well, you get the impression of growing numbers.
Yeah, and I think the biking community is
Really?
quite consolidated in their views, and they're welcome to sort of submit and speak at public
Yeah,
forums, but the walkers not so much. As we heard by one submitter, they aren't as,
Collectively.
Yeah.
yeah,
yes, exactly. So how do we make sure we're building that into here as well?
correct.
So that they do mention in the actual. They do mention it in the RMP. So you're wanting something, I'm just trying to think about your, what you're wanting, so they do get mentioned in the RMP, those
Yeah.
trails.
And as sections, like the Tiki Trail, like they've all got their own sort of section as well, but how do we elevate it?
How do we elevate, I'm trying to think, how do we
Uh,
elevate it in the RMP?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I'm thinking, what do you,
Can we do that?
well, how
How to, yeah,
how to,
yeah.
not quite, so do you, specifically mentioned and pedestrian walking only tracks?
Yeah,
Almost just if we read section the numbering a little bit or something, that you just pull walking into its own group and biking or dual use trail
Yeah, that's what
fell down under
yeah.
that.
Because I think all the walking tracks are actually, because you know how the way the plans, it has all the entrances and the walking trails are all part of that. Do we just need to make sure that it's got objectives and policies for the walking tracks up further? But are you saying that we need something more on the wayfinding and upkeep of or are you talking about new in the master plan that they need to be considered? So what do you know, like?
they need to be upkept and probably improved more than anything, but then also protected. Those sort of the two things I'm thinking about is, so take the Tiki Trail, for example, is there anywhere in that we can establish some sort of form of iconic nature for that walk where it attracts specific funding and we build it into the RMP, recognising its status? Versus, okay, we know it exists, but actually there's no budget, so we're not going to do anything about maintaining it, which is where it is right now almost.
It's almost like how we grade our trails, like grade 2 trails on the Queenstown Trails Network, get loads of funding, but
Oh,
the
there you go.
trail and Queenstown Hill, Time or Mount Iron, you know, like we've got
Yeah.
several. I don't know how the
They're
budget
in
is,
down millennial way.
yeah, how those, but if they're, they tend to be part of a formal contract,
Mm.
whereas if it's a walking trail, they are of a lower grade and therefore they
So what do you-
don't have the same, like, so the Tiki Trail versus Franklin Track, for example.
Yeah,
Franklin Track maintenance budgets and renewal budgets versus Tiki Trail budgets, how does that work?
yeah, they were more specific, yeah, so they've got budget within their trails for those Franklin trails,
Yeah.
on the trail network. The Tiki Trail probably hasn't been factored in those budgets.
That's the
But that's a
one
construction.
commuter.
Well, I suspect because the Tiki Trail is a grade 4 or 5.
Yeah,
So grade 4 or 5, if it subsequently gets, is left to its own,
Yeah,
that's
right.
all it
yeah,
needs. But actually, but I guess then you've got to find the balance between do you upgrade it and then change the experience? Where's that balance? Where's that threshold?
yeah, so I think it's to do with their experience, those are not community trails, but they're different things. This is a grade 4 or 5 or something like that, isn't it?
Probably 5 and parts.
So it's quite a different experience. If you want it to be upgraded, you're talking about changing the experience.
So, but do they sit under different departments?
No,
Based
No,
on that?
no, all under, and it's maybe just, as we said, that first third of the Tiki Trail that needs to be addressed, the other 2/3.
Yeah, I think as a user myself of that trail for specific reasons, the nature of the trail is part of it. But I do think it has got to the point where it hasn't been maintained. So I'm giving my friend Frank an opinion on using it. It is, and it's the same as Slaughter Gully, you know, it's difficult to, because if you were to upgrade it, there might be more stairs and more infrastructure, obviously more cost, more maintenance costs, but in terms of what the community wants, there's probably a bit to do to improve the user experience. How do you get the budget for that?
And there's
Without
some
changing
level motivation of that trail. There's one area in particular where if you do fall off the cliff, you're going to hurt yourself seriously, and the path is not easily identified.
Yeah.
And then there's signage and wayfinding. So there are specific hotspots we're talking about, not the whole trail.
Yeah.
And signage is signage.
So I'm thinking what maybe determine what you, in terms of the RMP, the RMP kind of give you directions about how you're going to manage the reserve and activities that occur and that, but also kind of gives you a bit of direction about what development we might do. You know, so if you're wanting the Tiki Trail to be more developed, you know, you may be missing here in the RMP, and it kind of pushes us to do developing. But I really have a really good think about whether you do want it developed.
Well, it might be a case of safety versus development for the areas I'm thinking about. It's like there's a priority around safety of the users versus developing a lovely boardwalk. I'm talking about undefined trail, and there's a rocky ledge which you have to be very careful with your footing on. And so it's about enhancing and improving those pieces of the track which may be unsafe. It's not necessarily saying develop the trail to be easily accessible by anybody. It's going, hey, there's a safety concern here that needs addressing.
But I don't know if you need to address it in the RMP, because
We can use something like to identify areas of the Tiki Trail that needs upgrade to improve safety or user experience.
I think it comes down to that acknowledgement part of it, that you know, we acknowledge that probably the Mount Iron Trail was being hugely popular, busy. The Tiki Trail doesn't get the sufficient level of acknowledgement how much use it gets over and above any other trail in our district, other than the Queenstown Time Walk. You know, like they are, if you were to go by user numbers, taking biking and commuting aside, they possibly are highest used trails. Is that adequately reflected in the way that those trails are managed? And like the reserve management plan can provide some guidance on that to say, you know, kind of acknowledge their significance in our trail network. They provide a unique experience. They sort out by everybody in our district to, you know, come and do the Tiki Trail. Not just as a cheap way to get up to the Skyline Gondola, but in an experience in itself. And then on beyond, you know, out to Lomond, Saddle and those sorts of places. And I think that's what that submitter was kind of getting at, that there are groups of people that regularly go and use that trail on a daily, weekly basis because of the particular challenge and experience and the fitness training and all those sorts of things. But is that, can we review the management plan in a way that indicates to our other management processes and contracts that it, you know, perhaps it does require a specific assessment on the best way to manage that trail? Not to speak on the contracting team's tail, because they've got a set system that works, and but perhaps it doesn't really understand the likes of the Tiki Trail and the Queenstown Time Walk and the Mount Iron Trail. But
I think it's, for me, it's something about the accessibility and the shining a spotlight on the walking trails, because top of Brecon Street at the moment, it's really hard to know as a random walker. How
Well,
do
we
I
saw
get-
someone lost.
Yeah, how do I get up there to it? Is it culturally appropriate for me to walk through the cemetery? Do I have to go up a gondola? 1 mile to my comment was it's quite hard to access the reserve without touching the leasee. That's false because there's so many accesses. But if I just want to come and walk there, where's my automatic go-to that I know these are iconic or local treasure walking pathways with priority? This is, I don't have to get the gondola up. I don't have to get my bike in there to get there. But here's my arrival point because I want to walk into the reserve and use the walking trails. I almost feel like we've kind of gone past that low impact recreational, just I want to go and walk into a forest. And that it's been overtaken by the more formalised ways to recreate, bikes, gondolas, ziplights, all of those
There's a bit of
bits.
space in there with
Yes,
trails.
I just want to use my feet and get in there.
Yeah.
That's quite hard to determine how I do it. Do I go to that access road? We've met those walkers that had gone there because that was the only place they knew where to park and they were walking up the access road. Do I go to Wynyard or actually that's the bike park and the biking trails?
Yeah.
Where am I safe as a walker? Because that was my first thought when we were out at Wynyard. Am I on a safe walking trail at the moment or is a biker going to come whizzing through? If I'm not familiar with the area, I wouldn't know.
Oh, even if
we
you
bring
are
it back to the plan, so if we, sorry, I think if we bring it back to the plan, what can we?
We've only got 3 trails. So to me, it should be prioritising those somehow. And our long-term bit of going, there's only 3 of them, they're pretty important.
Mhm. And obviously, just hearing that there's wayfinding isn't a huge issue and the entrance point, so it's all sort of interconnected, but it sounds like there's a bit of a capital project that needs to be done to improve that part of it, and then there's issues with the experience on the trail as well that could be improved, so it's sort of bringing that up so that the user experience.
I think is it.
But what
So, yeah,
what can we do in the plan? Maybe we could add, because you've got these sections on the 3 walking trails.
Yep.
Which actually have objectives about it, but there aren't really any policies. Maybe we could even look at putting some policies. in the
Well, is it that we, as an option, would promote these tracks, X, Y, Z as, I don't want to say premier or anything like that, because it's got a completely different connotation, but,
Iconic.
like highly valued,
Yeah,
extremely
local
busy,
features.
popular trails that are,
Local folk.
somehow elevating their status,
yeah,
however you want to do
so
that.
that doesn't have to be through capital development, but it could be just by recognition in the trails plan that we've developed.
Yeah.
That those ensure that their ongoing longevity and that their use is not, they retain ongoing. So what we wouldn't want in the development plan, in the trails plan is then you have a network that crosses over and basically
Yeah.
becomes untenable.
Maintain, enhance, protect.
And
Maintain, enhance, protect.
yeah.
Paula Huggins in her submission in front of us just mentioned about overgrown weed species, work that needed to be done, she felt.
I'd
On the
almost,
trail.
I'd almost take mountain bike out of 14.6.6 in the introductory comment and have formalises the trail network instead of formalises the mountain bike trail network. Because that's sort of saying that mountain bikes top of the pyramid. And
Yep.
from that, we'll
Yep.
prioritise the pedestrian and then the mountain biker. But if we're just going, let's formalise the trail network, some of those will be walking, some of those will be dual use, and some of those will be mountain bike.
That's actually interesting.
Yep.
I think
Mhm.
we're doing something, we're developing a bit of a trail network from Mount Iron since the RMPs come and play, and it's
you have like a hierarchy.
No, it'd be ensuring that all the users get recognition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
Mount
so
Hine used to have bikes,
Pardon?
Mount Hine didn't used to have bikes on it. Now it does.
yeah, but there's development and travel plan.
Like Queenstown.
So that's just a little bit of work. It's really early on, but I guess it's the same kind of premise is that it's not a mountain biking plan.
Yeah.
It's a
It's a trail,
trail plan.
yeah.
And so it considers all users, walkers, bikers, so to speak.
I like that, yeah, you take out,
Yeah.
mountain bike trail network, that probably shouldn't really be in there, but you could just add another point, acknowledge the high user
Value.
numbers and value of the tracks listed in C.
So we put
Um,
highly valued pedestrian walking tracks that include,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
down the end.
And
We can
bring
do
them
some-
up first.
Yeah,
Biking
maybe
under
put-
that.
Got them A,
I want the May, I want the May.
got them as A,
Well, they're A1 and then,
they go down to C.
yeah,
I'm also thinking about now the commuter track from Fern Hill, which is used as a downhill access at speed at times, but it's actually used by a lot of different users.
I think the point of difference with those other three trails though, is they are specific hiking, they're hard hiking trails and people are seeking that particular thing out. If you wanna go and do your, you know, make your legs burn for the upcoming ski season, you'll go and do a couple of
Yeah.
hiking trails, or people will do it during their lunch breaks and stuff. So it's a specific trail use that,
and they're not a dual use, they're specific, yes.
No,
But,
Yeah.
not to
Something
use.
right, to use.
Should be changed to multi. Should we-
Doesn't feel like it's kind of closed out the discussion about
Yeah.
the level you want to see on the Tiki Trail.
Yeah, well, the thing is it's quite hard for us to subscribe a level that, in terms of development, is that what you're saying, or maintenance?
Development of work.
That's something we should be
Whether
determining here.
you guys are happy with providing the sort of level it is now, or if you want to see more development.
I guess the question is lifting that status, what does that mean practically in terms of funding and future maintenance?
From a maintenance perspective, it would be fairly expensive, you know.
I think we,
Difficult feelings, though.
I think we hear feedback that it's not necessarily about
It doesn't work like that.
urbanising or developing these trails more. It's about being able to find them and find our way on them. So it may be more about,
Very nice.
you know, that you can find an access to it and you're not gonna get lost when you're on it. But if I'm literally following trail markers like I would be on the route then and just going from triangle to triangle and clambering over some rocks, that's probably fine on the Tiki Trail if I want my uphill bit. But I want to know, where do I get on it? And all of a sudden I'm not lost in the backcountry because there was no trail marker for 800 metres and I strayed off it. But I don't want a 2 metre wide compacted earth with wooden boundaries to it that I could literally drive my mobility scooter along.
It's nice to.
Yeah.
It probably took more talks to the access points rather than
Yeah,
the trail itself.
Yeah, that's what I mean about it.
And
It's
then
kind of like,
Yeah.
they're there, but how do we elevate their significance to, well, hey, look, here's the walking trail. Now, it's gonna be a bit unformed and a hard slog while you're on it. That's part of the challenge of the Tiki Trail. But you'll know where to enter it, and there might be some mana whenua narrative around it. And it'll be better than a laminated A4 with an arrow going that way.
Okay, I guess it knows good because again, it's kind of a council position on it, and so if people were to come and say you need to upgrade it and get it to X standard, we would respond back and say, no, this RMP points to it being maintained at this level. And so forth, you know, and so feeling like it's not, you're not wanting to see a whole lot of development on there.
Is there any descriptions that you can use to articulate that perfectly, Dave? I'll leave it with you guys.
No, it's probably a little bit
Come
great,
back.
yeah.
Paula also talked about the creation of a Friends of the Tiki group, with the volunteers.
Yeah.
Some way possibly assist if that ever.
Mhm.
Was a consideration.
Kind of the-
They can have an-
Yeah.
Yeah, which is covered in. Sure.
I think we could get quite innovative about how we approach those individual users locally in our community.
Yeah.
That QR code on the trail going, join this. If you're a regular local walker, become part of this group, or even going to the schools and preschools and large employers of going, hey, if you guys are regularly using the Tiki Trail for your Get Fit, you might want to join this group.
So there's nothing in the plan that prevents.
No.
No,
No.
yeah, no, I realise that's just, basically, she mentioned it. It's an option.
Establish.
Oh, yeah, Jenny,
Yeah.
you read it out.
Someone's on the whiteboard, look out.
Go to the next one. Should we just do the next one, or are you?
Yeah, no, next time.
Wildfire?
Just an easy one.
Toilet.
Toilet.
I think you can jump in.
I think toilets we've got a lot,
Reserve infrastructure, yeah.
in reserve infrastructure. There's lots of policies and mentions that it is lacking. So did anyone,
So can we write in there, yes, we will stick a toilet in?
yes, that's what we've sort of said within the
Yeah,
plan. It's
okay.
enabling it.
Like done.
And in lots of locations and saying that we're lacking, so that's within there, so I think that is
Yeah.
covered in there.
And we can strengthen from consider to support or enable in terms of wording changes. Because I think a lot of the toilet policies they consider.
I think considers good at
Okay,
this stage, at least then it's enabling it and we can just get the strength through the capital. Yeah.
Yeah, so the RMP is just
Yeah.
taking away that.
Okay, all right, well, I'm fine with that. Yeah, it's toilets and parking, wasn't it? We're gonna lump them into one.
And parking, yeah,
Essential public infrastructure
Yeah.
for access points.
Unless there was like feedback on specific locations or anything that came out of the site, was it?
Well, obviously the Fernhill community wanted one outside of the reserve, on another reserve.
oh, yes, yeah,
But you're talking about within the reserve,
Mhm.
which would be by the jump park, I would assume, and maybe two.
We're saying, I think that was at the 1 mile clearing as well, you know, like just any locations where it's appropriate.
See, there's a
in
public
the-
toilet across from the 1 mile clearing that was there.
Oh, from
And the 1 mile car park.
1 mile.
Oh, yeah, 1 mile, I was meaning, sorry, the midway clearing,
Oh, okay.
having a facility, yeah, not 1 mile, sorry.
Right.
There is a policy about a public toilet in the 1 mile reserve. Did you think that was not something?
Remind me.
Yeah, so I think we're stating that for
We
future
could consider,
it,
yeah.
that we would consider one in the 1 mile as well.
Right, so a few hundred metres away from the other one that currently exists.
It's just consider installing public toilets. So
Right.
just to clarify that is in there, yes.
Yeah, I'm like, from my perspective, prioritise where they aren't
Yeah.
versus where they aren't that far away. So that would be my position on, but I don't know if that even has to go into the RMP.
At least we've got this in here at a later date, there was
Yep.
just more pressure and we needed more facilities, it's
Yep.
able to be
I'm happy with that.
installed there.
So you'll come back with final wording on
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Writing a bit on that whiteboard.
Pest control, which we did cover this, do you think it's all covered now?
Yeah.
Everyone's happy with that?
Pretty happy.
Yeah.
Did we touch on parking as part of that toilet?
No, there's car users and empty car parks, but parking within the plan at the moment, within the entrances, there is again, policies that support formalising car parks or
Yeah.
improving parking at the entranceways, and that's obviously with the nature of the reserve and the area of land available, it is quite constricted in some locations, so
Yeah.
we just have to work with what's there. But all the entrance points do say to improve it where we can.
Yeah, but if you were having mountain biking event, would they, like chop a portaloos into Midway or anything like that, if it was large numbers or?
They do, they drive them in or bring them in, they do.
Yeah.
At the moment, for events, event
For
organisers have
events,
to provide that, they
yeah.
have XYZ depending on the numbers.
And the only bit I had around parking was that where we can have a more coordinated management approach and perhaps seek some opportunity. And Wynyard was the one that hit me with that little bit of dot on the front fringe that's probably no value to them because it's got wildings on it. Can we scab off a bit more and turn it into some more of the arrival area and parking or whatever? So we could stretch up that hill just a little bit more to create even more.
There's a policy that says enable the development of the reserve area off Wynyard Crescent to improve access to the Wynyard Park and trail network, so that's covered in there.
Don't know what DOC's policy is and giving up DOC plan for car parks. It might be that.
It's just a tiny slither.
We remove some wilding pines too, it might be more
Yeah.
palatable.
Geez, if you had that framework around environmental benefit, it might be easier to get across the line.
Okay. So that's the one left then, have we?
What's that one, Matt?
Wilding pines, isn't it?
Wildfire.
Wildfire, sorry.
Are you ready?
Yeah. We've got
Wildfire.
district plan.
Wildfire, you mean wildfire?
Yeah,
Just wanna do the
I've got two more,
skyline
haven't we?
district plan
EDP, yeah.
alignment.
Yeah, I think so. Look, from my perspective, I have to take your advice on this one because it's a bit tricky. And it might be just a case of acknowledging PDP but that's it without any real alignment.
No, I'll do a little quick 101.
So she
Yeah,
might be-
okay.
And I just need to send you one other email. So I've emailed you all the attached map that Skyline had put in their submission. Hopefully that's there.
Oh, you're about to.
You just sent it? or-
No, I
Oh,
did.
Skyline submission,
Yeah.
PDP.
PDP, yeah.
Yeah, and then I'm also going to email something else. And then there's an additional one that makes it a little bit clearer. So.
Would you like this up on the screen?
Yes, please, that'd be great. So I was just doing a little bit of fact checking there, because it's been a while since I looked at this. About 6 years. So Skyline have submitted. First of all, we need to accurately reflect their lease area in the plan. However, we do acknowledge that that map that was just up, that is a very, very high level kind of, it's more around giving an idea of where approximate reserve boundaries are and where operators are. It wasn't ever designed to be at scale, really lease map. So this is just my markup. This is the plan that they've put into their submission. And the pink highlighter is my very, very rough markup of what they are seeking. And there is a decision needed by the panel for the management plan as to whether or not this change would be supported. So if you can just go to the other one that was in the email. No, sorry, they're exactly the same. I managed to scan it twice. Just in the email that I've just sent again. When we created the subzone, it was mapped on approximately, and originally on the lease area footprints. During the initial stage of the open space zone chapter, Skyline submitted that sort of semi-rectangular piece in the top, so to the north that's dockland and that is the future helicopter landing zone, and the hearings panel agreed. Because that is dockland, it's currently not within the scope of this reserve management plan. The management plan could seek to have that parcel come under council administration.
Would you mind pointing while you're
Yep.
talking to it?
It's that little house bit.
Yeah, that little house off the top, yeah. That's dockland.
Very descriptive.
Monopoly house.
So this is our district plan map. We have the Ben Lomond subzone comprises of 4 different components, but it's basically the bottom terminal area.
I think this is the main one where they were saying that it might accurately reflect
Exactly where the footprint is.
at the time it was based on the resource consent application, but that was for the right report. The decision hadn't been issued, so there's a bit of update there.
And then this green section here is the Ben Lomond subzone corridor area,
Which basically says that we need to do forestry, like keep that clear, and the area needs to be kept clear. And that buildings are a non-compliant activity.
and then up here, the pink is the Ben Lomond subzone,
Which is the permissive part of the subzone compared to the rest of the informal rec zone.
this little area here is a building restriction area,
That was put there for landscape reasons, for protection of us there.
Because you can view it from Gorge Road.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Skyline submitted at the time, and this is something that is still unresolved and is awaiting
The direction of the reserve management plan, so we do need to make a decision on this to inform the mediation of their field.
So this was agreed to in the hearing, by the hearings panel, that this parcel of dock land
Was included in the subzone, so it's included in the district plan, but it's not included in the reserve management plan. So reserve management plan only applies to the council administered land.
this parcel here was submitted by Skyline to be included. It contains sort of maybe an extent, it was essentially where we were standing
At the top of the down to the rail, where we were kind of looking into that, so it was sort of being used as the storage. There's a little bit of an access road, and it's actually where the trail to the Ben Lomond Trail goes through there. And it's also kind of where the zip tree operators would access over here as well. So it's not currently in their lease area. But Skyline submit that it would be a natural extension for expansion of commercial recreation activity as allowed by the Ben Lomond subzone.
Right.
At the hearing, what do they want to do there? There is no evidence, there's no plan. It's not within their current resource consent that's been granted, that's not within their current development. It's basically a future proof for commercial operation beyond the extent of their current lease area. So the hearings panel agreed that there was no evidence to suggest that that was required. There was nothing forthcoming. So Skyline's appeal on this is they are still seeking the extension of the Box Peak area to the west. And they are appealing prohibition of any buildings other than retaining walls within the building restriction area over here. So that will be primarily a landscape matter, although it will come down to us saying, well, the footprint is confined to what has been approved and the plans that have been put out there. But this is the part that is really important. It's a reserve management plan. So
Is that the Chile that the picnic tables were on, where the bikers were accessing the three trails.
Top part,
I'm gonna
yeah.
probably got- on an area would be helpful, but yeah, it's. Here another plan that would show it on an aerial, but yeah, it's kind of where the extent of the luge trail is and that kind of not very tidy area is.
But what confuses me is they don't currently lease that land.
No.
Not all of it anyway.
I don't believe. I think most of the Skyline Luge area is included in the lease, and I think we probably need to confirm that because I'm actually not across the details of the lease. Was there a reason why they want their, like, is there, they clear lease of David? Good question. Okay, segue into this. No, no clear, that in their submission, it was, or in their appeal, it was a logical area for extension of logical activity.
The wines.
Can anyone see this?
Yep.
Yes.
So this is just a quick analysis of the rules for the informal recreation zone versus the Ben Lomond subzone, because the Ben Lomond subzone is more permissive than the rest. So if you are in the purple area here in the Ben Lomond subzone, if you are doing a building, it's a restricted discretionary activity. Commercial recreation and ancillary activities to the commercial activity. So that's like your retail, your souvenir shops, those sorts of things. They wouldn't be allowed necessarily on the reserve on their own, but because they're ancillary to the overall Skyline operation, then it's deemed appropriate and fair. So restricted discretionary and Ben Lomond subzone and higher threshold of discretionary and informal rec. Forestry is discretionary in the informal rec zone. However, we have a designation obviously to undertake the forestry activities as the requiring authority, but for another party to do it, it's discretionary. But in the subzone, it's controlled, which basically means they're allowed to do it. But, you know, a few conditions to it. Building height is 6 metres in informal rec and 10 metres in the informal, in the Ben Lomond subzone, or 12 metres in the corridor area. And then building coverage is a little confusing, but essentially in the Ben Lomond subzone, it's 15% of the whole site versus really quite restrictive in the informal rec zone of 100 metres squared. So as a discretionary activity, if you want to do anything beyond that, it would be a non-complying activity. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So a lot more permissive, depending on how you look at it, currently in the pink area than in the Ben Lomond subzone. So it's the effect of it accepting that this area would be expanded out here would mean that activities in this area, there's a more permissive pathway than what there currently is at the moment.
So you're putting that
Also in the area, which is
15% of that new bit could be covered by a building.
Yeah.
If you
and to a height of at least
10 metres.
10 metres, or you can go
Yeah.
higher if being on the plane.
Yeah.
So the test is much higher if you are in the informal rec zone. That was the intent of the zone, was to reflect that it was a busy commercial space relative to the rest of the reserve. It wasn't the intent at the time of doing the chapter that footprint would be expanded to provide for future activities. That was 8 years ago. They're halfway through their build. And we're in the midst of the reserve management plan review. That's why the mediation's put on hold, because it was determined that this was the vehicle to provide the direction on the outcome of this.
And so change of zone and that would apply solely to this applicant. It wouldn't be, or would have extended that and company ABC
No,
could come in and make an application for use, or it's
Yes.
specific to
The
Skyline?
Lomond subzone is not specific to Skyline, it's also the other operators in there, so G-Force, RG and Ziptree. Ziptree interestingly have opposed. They want the corridor narrow because obviously they don't want forestry to be too permissive. This was back in, like, a number of years ago, these submissions were put in, 4 or 5 years ago. And Ziptree was submitting at the time that they had concerns around the control and the competing interest potentially over access to their activity. Because there will be, and that also will be true for the trails and the top of the Tiki Trail, which comes out here. And the
I've
dark
just seen
white
a
trail is-
screenshot so that you can see it. It's actually, Sophie, if you don't mind bringing it up, I just emailed,
So by having more much more
It might be easier to-
activities here, there would likely be an impact on how those trails interact with that space as well. Noting that the Tiki Trail does currently actually go, it's not technically up through here as well at the moment, but what, you know, it is free and it's accessible, but it was a very different experience coming up here than it is coming through the luge track area.
Is there an assumption that
there it shows there.
the informal rec zone would also widen as a result?
The informal rec zone be-
Would expand out as well if there was, the subzone was expanded?
No, well, the informal rec zone covers the whole of the Tapunui reserve.
Oh, okay,
So this would result in a slight reduction in the informal rec zone over Ben Lomond.
right, okay.
So what we're talking about,
Designate that from informal rec to.
sort of, yeah, basically that's I think the edge of the luge trail. I don't know, is that the access road here? Okay, so maybe Ziptree and the top of the Tiki Trail is here. But it is currently, what's this? Yeah, we were just here, weren't we?
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, yeah, that's the access road, I think.
Where we saw the two walkers.
Yeah.
So the red hash is what they're saying.
So this is, looking at current, this, top of it, but, sorry, aerial, that's probably your old building footprint, eh?
Yeah, but it definitely is a tree.
So it would easily accommodate a whole
A whole new building.
building that's
At
like the old
15%.
smart building.
At 15% coverage.
Of the whole,
Is
Of
that
the
not
whole site, of the whole site.
so they.
So that'd be
Not
easy.
just the new
Yeah.
bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it says 15%.
15% of the whole site, I think. I have to get some
But
Proper
because you.
advice from an actual planner on
So
that.
that includes the subzone up to the top of the gondola as well, in terms of the 15%,
Probably, yeah,
which then in which case, putting it.
Maybe I can read it wrong.
Would be easy.
But to go beyond that 15%, it would become an non-compliant activity. So, I mean, they could theoretically still apply for that and under the informal rec zone. It's just a harder test.
Yeah.
So building coverage, maximum building coverage within the Boggs Peak area shall be 15%. So it doesn't include the gondola bit at the bottom, but it will include all the pink bit plus the new orange bits. It would also include, I think, that part of the dock reserve too.
So we talk about them separately as far as the little helicopter hubs bit and the other bit. And I think for me too, it's that thinking around, if you think of the continuum around, do nothing at all around increasing the commercial footprint anywhere out there. Right, we've got users asking for it down there or up there or over there. And you go, well, nothing at all versus allowing it at different entry points and extending the zone. I suppose I don't really, I'm curious on the panel's view on this. I don't see many no's around the helicopter bit, but I'm keen to understand what might be the no don't go there. And the other bit, I'm a bit torn between, are we really just extending accessibility for one license holder, or are we enabling a bit more flexibility and permissiveness around the footprint for commercial activity? Because I think my gut feel is we have to give a little bit somewhere, because it is congested up there and there's a lot going on and it kind of feels a bit overwhelming, but at the same time going, are we actually enabling all of those other bits that were in clause 12 point whatever around new opportunity, variety and future proofing and flexibility?
Yeah, that's where I come to as well, because if we treated this like a new community operator proposing an operation within the reserve, how would we look at it through that lens?
So we would do what we were describing at least before.
High
Around
bar.
Queenstown Hills. We say you can, but you have to meet this high bar.
Yeah.
So that area is not excluded from that consideration.
Hmm.
It's important to know.
Yep.
So
That
you-
area is not prohibited. It is,
You just have to
you'll be
meet the high
subject to
bar.
that test that
Yeah.
we were discussing before.
Which I'm leaning towards, to be honest with you. There's,
Shall I read the hearings panel public decision?
yeah, well, it's way out.
So, and as the Skyline Submission pointed out, their landscape architect concluded that any visual landscape effects would be minor for development in that part here. But the panel, the Environment Court panel were not satisfied that the submitter had provided a sufficient evidential basis for the requested extension to the Boggs Peak area, or how the activities of other users might potentially be affected. And then Ziptree at the time proposed the southern and western boundaries and seeks a smaller area of the whole zone, the one that was decided on the appeal version. But again, the submission sought the reduction of the subzone in this area to reduce potential impacts on its operations, but no reduced subzone extent was provided with the submission. So it's quite theoretical on many of the accounts of these increased commercial activities, not just here, but it's not really that different to some of the other matters that we've been talking about. But it is subject to a district plan appeal, which the weight in the outcome of this, so.
Okay, is there any significance around no evidence submitted around what?
I think it comes back to Lisa's point. Does it, is the panel satisfied that the existing plan still provides an opportunity, or does it need to go further to provide flexibility for possible future operations? Or does it need to do less? Those are the, does it need to be more restrictive?
Capacity and all those clear points around.
Well, yeah, based on our morning's discussion, we are being permissible of new activities. But it's up to the operator to come up with evidence as to how they meet the bar and how they meet the criteria. It's not up for us to pick winners and losers here. Skyline's obviously been established for many years, but if you put it up against the test of the reserve management plan, then it should still meet the same threshold as any other operator.
Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I have given you all the information with regards to Skyline.
What year was that? What year was that hearing? A few years back, wasn't it? Before wildfire mitigation.
2018, 2019, 2017 maybe, 2018 probably, yeah. So, did you say, just to say what within the original evidence that Skyline provided to, because they disagreed that there wasn't enough information provided. The area immediately to the west, the reasons for that being included in their proposed zone. So it's interesting because it's not any particular operator's zone. This is due to the fact that the area contains existing vehicle tracks, and from a landscape perspective, and due to the developed nature of the existing lease area, so I guess it's at capacity, this would be the most logical area for potential further development, as is contemplated by the informal recreation zone. It's not under Skyline's occupation nor any other party within council. Further use and development of the area was subject to an application under the Reserves Act. However, for the reasons identified above, applying a more efficient and effective zoning over this land area would be beneficial for any party, whether it's submitted or not, in developing facilities and activities of an appropriate scale, nature, and intensity under the provisions of the district plan. So a little bit more detail, but essentially that would be the logical area for expansion of any commercial recreation activity.
And the map was drawn in that way because that's where the tracks currently
I'd
exist.
say it's the contour of the land.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and
That's where you could potentially build on.
yeah, and I guess it's accessible by the existing access road. Beyond that, there's not been any further knowledge or information developed up, but this is 2018's information. So
How big is that area of land? Is there a figure?
it's not specified.
Not specified.
The whole area.
Yeah.
Oh,
What would that be? 1,000 square meters?
yeah, I'm just trying to think it's,
Maybe?
uh,
How big is the Skyline building? A really big house?
Really big.
Maybe five,
Yeah, that's right.
probably 1,000 square meters at a very,
Visualize where we were standing,
piece.
but just trying to get a perspective of that.
so that's that corner, it's a good, 100-ish meters. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, same.
Thank you.
So I think what they're saying is probably the most pragmatic, that the trees removed is it's the least steep area.
and accessible and
The-
continuation of the area that doesn't have any more capacity for
That land was
development.
starts to, the topography starts to level up, but not a little bit then.
It's about a year.
If we were to include this into their subzone and they wanted to extend again in the future, what would their process be again?
Either just do it as non-compliant. Or seek to amend the planning maps as a plan change. Another aspect,
Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. Just wondering,
so
like,
it's doable, it's just,
it's challenging.
it's
Yeah.
not so such smooth pathway. Little bit.
It's an unusual scenario where the EDP is sort of relying on the reserve management plan to tell it what the answer's gonna be.
Yeah, we do find that that's
It
pop
happens a
up,
lot.
yeah, and sometimes it's can go
Pass
one way or
it back a
the
little
other.
bit. Can we pass it back from somebody else?
Wouldn't they come to us first?
And the overall land mass of the reserve, what's this extra? Tag on, do we know?
The land pass.
It's you.
But the other way to think about it, I think you're thinking about how this influences PDP. But yes, in terms of RMP, if you make it happen, it would mean development to be done next. Is that right?
Well, it would still need to go through the appeal and the mediation, but there'd be direction from the reserve management plan that it was supported.
Yeah, so outside the RMP.
It's allowed for.
It would, effectively management would be allowing that type of development.
Yeah.
you could ask yourself whether you're comfortable with that. You know, despite all the other things it's going to go through.
Well, I think the challenge I've got is that there is actually no proposal from Skyline to say what their intentions are, which would actually be quite helpful. Whether it is a building or not a building or storage or whatever it might be, it's just signalling an intention of what they're going to use the land for is always quite helpful.
So those are some of the things. What was the thing you referred to when the decision was? When they made the decision, there's no sort of signal.
Yeah.
Just kind of similar situations, what you're describing.
Submitter can provide a sufficient evidential basis for the change, or how the activities of other users might be potentially affected. I mean, they're you know, it's quite a used space at the moment. There were a few people fumbling around in there, but
Yeah, feel like it's chicken and egg, and they should be coming up with their intention first, I guess, before asking us to allow more space to be used for commercial use.
Yeah, it's a bit of a
I'm just trying to, like, if this,
blind type of look.
if their submission was accepted, how would that change our policies?
At this period, you mean?
Yes, Skyline submission on the RMP.
So they're just wanting.
So I'm just trying to understand how we would reflect their submission.
Actually, we don't.
So section 11 of the draft management plan is silent on this issue. So they are seeking that the submitter's proposed district plan zone is included, is adopted, and is included in the management plan.
What point was that, sorry, Janine?
So sorry, I'm reading
Yeah, what point?
paragraph 23 of the Skyline section.
Oh, yeah.
Point 11.
It's submitted that in recognition of icon destination status and the desirability to provide for sensitively located future development opportunities that foster commercial recreation and domestic and international tourism, so expansion of a commercial footprint. Council should identify this area of development expansion into the management plan such that it will signal an appropriate area for future development that can maintain the landscape values of the receiving environment and maintain the spectacular alpine backdrop of Queenstown. And that the plan that I marked up with the pink could be adopted or suitably amended, and that then there'd be 14.5.10. Consider the granting of new commercial legal agreements that are located within the Bobs Peak future development area identified in Appendix 4.
And it just says appropriate for future development of new recreational activities. Whatever that is.
So,
Or expansion of existing commercial recreation,
Appropriate area for future development.
24.
so does that mean we're not necessarily saying yes or no to this? It's as long as it holds up to the test of the amendments we're going to make to the RMP, then they have an avenue to go through. So as long as we make those amendments.
And it's restricted discretion, so provided they meet all of those discretion matters. Then it would presumably be granted.
So it may not, the decision may not be made now. They will have to then come back and say how they're going to manage all the criteria.
Yeah, but it would be, you know, you'd remove that full discretion. Based on indicative possible future plans.
Yes. Yeah. Right, that's legal.
I think it's fairly black and white. It's not complicated. It's just challenging when you don't understand what those plans might.
Yeah, certainly
Yeah,
having
and
something
the
on there that would show us.
The implications on the other users, like landscape, it might be able to be accommodated,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
there's no assessment on other users at this stage.
And what was Trent's view again tonight?
So,
From,
we want a
Vic-
reduction in the area, not an expansion.
But they haven't mentioned it in the submission.
No,
Like
but
the.
their appeal is still live, just like similar to Skylines. They both appeal, so they might be part of the mediation.
Ziptree appeal to the
Yeah,
1273 party ordinance.
No, individual parties.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, their appeals are sort of different, almost opposite each other.
I wonder if that's changed in light of wildfire.
Yeah, and that is also, you know, things can change by the time you go into mediation,
Yeah.
they might have changed the nature of that.
Okay. Well, I'm happy if you're happy.
Do what?
Well, we'll have to get these amendments made for Skyline to then be able to meet the criteria in order for us to justify expansion of this subzone.
I think if you were to provide for it in the reserve management plan, that would be an endorsement
Yes.
of.
Are you looking for a yes
expansion.
or a no today?
There is a decision that needs to be made, yeah.
Okay.
And that's the inclusion.
So you would, if you were to include it, you would be accepting this area as appropriate for future development.
On the basis of,
Or expansion of, you know, for new recreation activities or expansion of existing commercial recreation facilities. On the basis of this information that's been put forward by Skyline, then it is a logical place for future expansion.
Yeah, so maybe it might be helpful to think of it as just the extension of where the activities could go in the reserve, not so much about who might do it.
yeah.
Because it could be another entity or another activity, so it's probably more about that rather than seeing what they might put forward. They might have some ideas, but the reserve mentioned.
that's about the language.
I guess bearing in mind that no other
No,
limitations identified there.
Yeah.
no, it's matter put forward, but I guess that's what effectively it's doing. It's
So major changes are going to be the building size and visibility, I guess, from the ground. So you can build a 2-story building, 10 to 12 metres roughly. Oh, plus 12.
Oh, so 12 metres is the height of the gondola towers in the corridor,
So that
and
doesn't
it's
make it
10
like
metres
a-
in the bulk peak area.
So it's roughly 2 stories.
roughly 2 times.
Building percentage 15%. Sorry, you said where that 15% applies, didn't you?
To the pink area shown on the map,
So I
in
think-
your email.
And so just to clarify, it does include a Ziptree platform.
And that would,
Oh,
I'm
that
assuming that's visible from down here, right? So you've got a 10-metre building of the appropriate site coverage up there, you'd see it from town. It's not like over the back of the hill, but more so it wouldn't be visible.
I don't think you would, it depends if you, like, if you're in town with lights or something, you might see it, but
Yeah,
not
that's
just
true.
directly down in town.
based on how you'd see it.
But Gina, because these policies would still apply, 14.5.10. But it would just be more enabling that it was.
So I suspect in 10 years' time, if the trees were removed, you'd definitely have to see it.
This is where they're currently.
But then when it did come in, that's still with me, but whatever we had in the trail. I think that's what.
We use now.
So you'd say
Like, so even though
any application would still have to meet the criteria.
that we, and you know how we're going to add into this
Yeah.
criteria, it was
even though it would be anticipated that it might be maybe something that could happen here, it still gets detected
Yes.
because it can't
That's
be.
what I was understanding.
Yeah, and that's what I think you were just saying, so to clarify that it can't be at odds with any of that.
Yeah, so we're endorsing this as long as it meets that.
Yes, and so we don't have to add anything additional in there, because
Yeah.
it should still, because this here it says new commercial license agreements or the renewal of existing lease and license agreements.
And that will address access by public or other users, landscape design, all that stuff.
And the other points that we want to build into that, yeah.
Yes.
Just to understand, Jenny, if the plan remains silent to the new area, what impact would that have on the appeal process?
Judge will make a decision, won't it?
It just puts it back.
Yeah, it's a very good point. I think it's less helpful.
Say that again, Sophie, if it,
Oh, sorry, I was just asking if instead of adopting the wording that's been set out in the skyline submission, which is the 14.5.10 that they've got there, and the plan remains silent to this appeal and the changes, then what would happen? So
go back to the judge to make a call.
It wouldn't be as helpful to that process.
It would do what Matt was
I
suggesting.
mean, obviously, you know, council would be in mediation or presenting evidence at a hearing if it got to that stage.
We'll possibly do what you were suggesting before, just, you know, put it over into this court. I've said that RMP determines our outcome. If we were silent here, they would then push it up.
Well, they do need to make a decision on the appeal, like that's their obligation with the Environment
Yeah.
Court. But I think either way, it would be helpful if the management plan gave direction, by the way.
Yes, it would come put it in, but they would have direction.
Yeah.
They would
Yeah.
decide without their direction.
We've kind of been asked for direction, right?
We've been asked for direction.
Asking for a bit of direction, they know pass.
Yeah, sorry, too
So
fast.
it's yes with conditions. Okay, is that helpful? Did you get the answer you needed?
So where have you landed, Matt? So.
He's trying to get us to say.
Yes,
I said yes with conditions.
yes, with conditions.
We see, because the conditions would still apply. Yeah, you know, like they still do need.
So I guess the options are to accept their submission and include their wording. Or to explicitly state in the management plan that align the reserve management plan with the PDP decisions version.
Do we need to be that precise and specific with a specific issue, or if we're saying skyline submission on extending its?
No, I'm sure you could word it in a way that was, you know, acknowledge the Bogs Peak, that, you know, the Ben Lomond subzone Bogs Peak area.
Yeah.
And,
That makes sense.
you know, retain
Believe you guys
that
do that.
footprint
Yeah.
versus accept skyline submission or a version of it. I've got so many pieces of paper in front of me now.
Yeah.
It's got it, yeah, oh, there you go, if you wanna.
So a consequential change to policy 14.5.10, which presumably is about commercial recreation. And it's just a suggestion, you know, you wouldn't have to do it word for word, it could be tweaked. Consider the granting of new commercial lease or license agreements or the renewal of existing lease and license agreements that are located within the Bogs Peak future development area identified in Appendix 4, which is this map.
So we just use Ben Lomond subzone.
But I guess another alternative is you could also provide another version of this, noting that the top of the Tiki Trail, the start of the Ben Lomond Trail, the start of the Ben Lomond bike tracks, and the zip trek platform.
So we
And,
do need to be a bit
within
more
this.
precise in mentioning some of those impacts, potential impacts.
Well, we could, I mean, could adopt this plan as per Skyline submission. You don't need to adopt this plan, you can just include the wording. Or provide alternative wording that would acknowledge the Bogs Peak
Or do you just include this map here, this is taken straight from the district plan?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I guess too,
straight
that
from
the
district
the
plan, like-
part of the submission is we are acknowledging that there is a Bob's Peak future development area. There currently is not one.
Right.
So we can go away and come
Yeah,
up
yeah.
with wording, if you're of a mind to accept Skyline's submission in one form or another. And then, a few options on the wording in terms of the, the spectrum of how it's accepted.
I've spoken enough, so I'll leave you alone.
Yeah, I guess for me, I'm not that comfortable yet to say yes to, maybe it's old school, I don't know. Or what other plans there? I'm mindful of what we've been talking about today and being in some areas. And not picking favourites or whatever, and looking to the future. So I'll just be interested to see the wording come back.
Yep, we can certainly come back with some options.
And mindful, I think if there's no agreement between the three of us, that we'll put it to the vote and see what wins.
Yeah.
Wait,
Goes into it, that's the way it works.
And I think it's wise to, deliberate a little further on it,
Yeah.
once there's a range of options, right, from maintain status quo through to,
Yeah.
or not even maintain status quo, would actually need to be, ensure that the existing footprint is the one that is upheld through to Skyline's version, option A, B, C.
There's been some good discussion around how we look at things and some of the
Yeah.
things that the panel have come up with on my right. So yeah, I'd just like to see some wording that I can further soak up. Not too sure about these.
I agree with our chair. I come back to this morning's discussions around do nothing and open up a free-for-all anywhere in the reserve. And I'm growing in comfort that 12.6, 12.13 and 12.17 around new opportunities, variety and a little bit of flexibility can be addressed by a small increase in the existing footprint without too much unintended consequence across the rest of the reserve. I'm just hesitant around us lock, stock and barrel accepting one applicant's wording and submissions, because my colleague on the right left pointing out that we've got multiple stakeholders, user groups, and we can't crystal ball gaze into the new opportunities and variety.
And those multiple
So-
stakeholders, some of them are not in agreement
And are not
over this.
exactly,
submission.
but at the same time of going like, if we did enable that, but we didn't specifically imply that we were giving any preference to picking winners or existing operators or future operators or whoever, and that's where I'm keen to back the chair's comments around, let's see where the wording comes back, but I do have some openness towards a little more permissibility. And I think that the helicopter one, I don't see why not with that. I'm interested if there's, if it's sort of like, oh, let's not go there, we're starting to chip off bits of dog or whatever it might be. I think they're kind of different thinking. There, because one to me is more about, we've already said the helicopter's not going to be commercial recreational, it's going to be operational, it's going to be emergency access, it's going to be helping with our forestry, it's kind of a need to have somewhere. Versus we're just, opening up more of a.
That's outside of the council's land, though, isn't it? So
But
Well,
it would come into the plan if we said
No,
that, would it?
no.
No.
Currently
That's out.
Cut through.
documentation, and then they can just come in and out.
So maybe
So
the
it
word,
wouldn't be part of the RMP,
No, it's
and
not.
we don't need a decision on that.
No.
so maybe just some wording. See what comes back.
Well, I think we have sufficient wording around helicopter operations. We were basically saying that just for operations and, rescue,
Yeah,
not commercial, not participating in commercial recreation.
Don't they want
yeah, I
this
should come
added
back
to
to
the,
the other bits.
don't they want this added to the subzone?
Yes, to the
And-
district plan layer, but
Not the
it does not form
RMP.
part of the RMP layer. The
Yeah.
advantage to that is those RMP policies won't apply to that little bit there.
Okay,
So it's a more
And-
permissive pathway under the district plan,
okay,
removing the restrictions of the reserve management plan.
got it. Thank you.
So I'm dealing with the skyline, this bit here is some more wording back for us on
Yeah.
how,
And
if there's options there to hope to add to your workload.
well, I think to the advantages, so I'll just point out that nowhere in the district plan does it specify skyline. It just talks about there's a restaurant and there's a gondola and there's uplift systems. So there's no particular operation is specifically acknowledged. And also, I guess to flip it around, if you increase the area for potential commercial development here, it might take the pressure off the rest of the reserve. Rather than commercial activity popping up in other parts of the reserve where it doesn't currently exist. So we'll go away and do some wedding.
Thank you.
I'm prepared for the appeal now. I've reached myself. How many years later?
And then there's just one on freedom campaign. We did mention freedom campaign in the plan and we're proposing to remove that and just have the bylaw deal with freedom campaign. So that's what we would like to propose to you on that topic.
So if you remove it, you've just got the reserve management plan that restricts vehicle access on the reserve, is that right? Or
So by removing it, this Reserves Act still has some policies around
Reserve that
campaign.
free camping on a reserve
yeah,
is prohibited unless otherwise allowed.
yeah, exactly. So in this that way, it's almost prohibitive.
Yes.
You can park at the car park, you can't stay the night. Is that
Yeah.
sort of how it works? $800 fine if you do it.
And if the bylaw allows, if the bylaw process does look to allow freedom camping
On reserves.
on the moment, for example, then there's no conflict, if the plan's silent, there's no conflicting policy that's saying prohibited or that's balance with the bylaw.
I'm happy with that.
So we often think about freedom camping in the current context as being with a vehicle. If you walk up there with a little tent on your back, you're not allowed to camp anywhere in a reserve.
Correct, that, and the people doing it.
Essentially, yeah.
Well, it's settled more on dockland, not so much on, but on Department of Conservation land, I think it's allowed at least
Yeah, yeah.
200 metres from a trail.
And then, so we've talked about our smoking and vaping and smoke-free submission around that. We just blanket over the
No,
reserves.
So
No.
it's added at Pontisgil.
Yeah, 14.7.1, I put some draft wording in response to the smoke-free New Zealand Otago submission. For the panel to consider including prohibiting smoking and vaping in both reserves, which is consistent with what they've requested. Yeah,
What about on lease land?
once you had that policy in place, then you'd have to work with the leaseholders to be smoke-free as well.
So we said, for example, we encourage there being a smoking area at the top building, because you don't want people wandering off into the forest.
That would be in the
Sneakily
lease.
have their cigarette.
That would be in the lease, so it's sort of out of the reserve management plan, we can't, yeah, so that would just need to be dealt with, there's a relationship.
I would suspect it to be excluded from the new sort of policy because it'd be in the lease area.
Yeah.
For practical implementation of that overall smoke-free policy, I guess,
Still not one of those, it's been.
Yeah.
You would put the lease, because I don't know, it's a very unusual thing to have in a lease. I would have thought.
Yeah, and especially the older leases will be silent on it.
I would imagine,
You know,
so
especially very old
this
leases.
is obviously taking a stance which trumps anything that doesn't say anything at all,
Mm.
but yeah, forcing it.
Yeah.
Pretty challenging.
future reviews, but equally the wildfire implications of they've got an active presence there and they're saying you can't smoke on our premises and we don't have an active presence in the reserve adjacent.
I just note that at the LGNZ conference last year, they had a very clear visual of each council's smoke-free and vape-free approach and who was going for it and who perhaps was not so free. And we weren't that high scoring compared to other councils, and I do think there's some opportunity there to perhaps be a little bit clearer, particularly with our wildfire risk, and it just seems to be one of our low-hanging fruit areas. I've just done a quick email search on smoke-free policies, and going back to April 2023, and my emails with other councillors going, it's not been from want of trying and numerous tries that we keep trying to say, let's get behind this in our reserve policies and things, and it just kind of falls off the edge. So maybe it is something that
Yeah, I think
but
it's
it's like
currently
we can all get behind.
playgrounds and sports fields. I'm not sure what the smoke-free playgrounds and sports fields.
Very dangerous.
Again, this is one of those ones that doesn't really maybe direct work, so it establishes a position in terms of the reserve, if let's say somebody did want to do some sort of work activity up there, who would say no to probably directs that, sorry, going back to probably if there was lease negotiations and it did come into effect, it would kind of give some steering direction, what we talked about in lease.
With regards to open fires, just wondering where it's mentioned in 93. There's open fires or fireworks are prohibited in the reserve. I'm just wondering whether you need to reiterate it under smoking and vaping as well. I don't know if it's mentioned anywhere else in terms of having an open fire.
What's it in, Matt? That one?
9.3, it mentions open fires or fireworks are prohibited in the reserve. I'm just wondering whether you need to reiterate it further down in the with smoking and vaping around lighting open fires.
Sorry, what are you saying, Swin?
Strengthening the having opening fires being prohibited. It looks like it's only mentioned in 9.3.
So you're saying that that should also be policy prohibit?
Yeah, because that's 9.3 is the content.
Yeah, that is actually a policy up there in the description where it's saying open fires or fireworks are prohibited in the reserve at all times. That should be repeated in the policies.
Yeah,
Is that what you're saying?
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
So that is policy.
Yeah, it might not be in smoking and vaping, would it be?
But whatever you like,
Yeah.
as long as it's.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Wildfire.
And the fire.
Which is it, is
Although it's not natural, someone.
No.
Natural values have a, we'll find it, we'll put it, we can find a place for it, yeah.
Well, it's not.
And then should we move to wildfire. So just to give a bit of background, I know Dave gave a good background the other day. We've got two plans. We've got an activities plan which controls chainsaw use, scrub, bar use, like any sort of hot works which can cause a fire. It tells you what can be used at different industry levels. So that's the activity guide. And then we've got a reserve closure guide which says when indices reach X, we would close our reserves. And the reserve management plan allows for that closure to happen. What some of the submitters have put to us, they've asked for us to be more prescriptive in the policies to quote some of the, to state the names of some of the operational plans. And at the moment, QLDC is not a wildfire expert. So when they've got these plans, we're not assessing these plans on the merits. We've said to FENS, you're the wildfire experts, you assess these plans and take that risk to say whether or not they can open at certain times. So it's all operational plans, and we just don't think that's appropriate to have those plans stated within the policy, because the state up there is like that, those plans could change each year as well. FENS are also at the moment carrying out an assessment on all the vegetation. up there to understand the wildfire risk to the operators. And until we have that, we won't understand how that affects whether they can operate during our reserve closures. So that what I'm trying to say at the moment, we've got some policies that enable us to close a reserve when there is a high risk, but I don't think we need to put the operators' plans within this plan because they don't really sit in there.
My thinking around this is, how do we build what you just said into it to recognise and acknowledge that operators are going to be keeping on coming up with different plans. It's going to keep evolving. FENS is going to have its say. There's going to be sort of specialist agents which are going to guide this process, and we are relying on them to guide us in terms of how we act and behave and whatever, without necessarily saying we are in charge of delivery and ultimately the cost of managing the risk.
We could add some more context to 9.3, where you just mentioned that the open fires or fireworks.
Yeah.
We could add some more context to the wildfire situation up
Yeah,
here.
we could maybe acknowledge the stakeholders' suggestion in the context element.
Yes.
In 9.3.
Yeah,
I think it's 9.3.
Yeah.
Rather than put a specific policy or something that he points and says you need to follow this plan.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Noting that the plan might not be in existence.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So it gives a bit of recognition that it's around, but it's not binding us.
Yeah, I think we almost need to go a little bit further and say that organisation is actively collaborating, knowing full well this is a multi-state situation or issue, so that we aren't necessarily the guiding organisation that's going to say how we're going to manage wildfire risk. It's does that make sense? I'm trying to.
We're not the experts, leave it.
I think we are hearing it. I think I'm just thinking, but we could really flesh that out in the 9.3 to describe that situation and recognise those
relationships.
Yeah, those relationships and those dynamics. So that would give it some recognition.
Yeah. Because no one really knows
that relationship.
No one really knows sort of how we're going to manage it in the future necessarily. I think council's got its stance right now, which is closed when it meets a certain threshold. But there may be better solutions in the future, which we don't know about yet, that FENS might agree to and come up with. So how do we stay flexible to that?
I think with recognition, the 9.3 is probably what you need. We have to all think about that one.
You've been thinking about it for years, but
no, but I would probably I think what I would probably my advice just right now would be that we recognise it at 9.3, describe the relationship, particularly the little dynamics of it at the moment, and there, and refer to the summer plan there, 9.3, but not actually insert the summer plan in there.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily think that's going a little bit too far.
Because FENS have changed, haven't they? I mean, in terms of having been through those workshops with council and fire risk and fire danger.
In what sense?
In terms of their planning, the association with affected parties, and
yeah, they were
having more of a hands-on involvement, I guess.
Yeah,
now the one they were, I don't know, 6 months ago, 12 months ago.
Absolutely.
Talking to Matt's point of, we don't know what else is out there, what might change. I guess that's a sign of things that have changed a little bit. Just making the point, I guess, or comment there.
Yep, so they're very much involved with us now,
Yeah,
Yeah,
and the stakeholders team.
yeah.
Mhm.
So there's been a shift in that, yeah.
So, so I guess that's why I'm maybe particularly saying put it in 9.3 is, I think, because if, FEN's, that position was to change again, they might
Yeah,
get it away.
yeah.
And the summer plan would then,
Yeah.
you know, because the other one's endorsing and approving the summer plan.
Yeah.
So if it was specifically saying you need to follow the summer plan, then some of the FEN might not be at the table and then there might not be any summer plan. So,
Yeah, makes sense to me. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I've added some notes.
And I think, was there some comment around that this is potentially an option for the next 3 years or so, but then there's no guidance from FENS that it will continue beyond that point as far as the,
I think, and the best go stuff.
I think we're looking for a long, so no, FENS have said that they're committed at the moment to supporting us and they will support us. But what we're all looking for is a long-term solution where the operators can operate 365 days a year without having, you know, there's a permanent plan in place. The summer plan at the moment doesn't do that. It's probably vegetation removal, but we don't understand how much vegetation should be removed yet because FENS are doing an assessment on that. So I think we want to, which we could put in here, it's working together to get. Yeah.
I think, but were you referring to how long FENS will stay involved with, like so? Were you referring, yeah, so FENS were happy to be involved now, but they don't see it as a permanent arrangement, no. I think last year, this year,
so as we move towards more of our vegetation management and things like that, there'll be this kind of moving.
yeah, so that's why I'm saying if we don't put in those policies because FENS might withdraw from that and the FENS who endorse and approve some plan that might not be around. So it probably more depending on what FENS come back and advice they give around fire, that will determine how much vegetation needs to be removed. Or and the rule has to determine whose responsibility that is.
I'll come back to what you always keep asking us is, so are you prohibitive or are you allowing these activities? Is that a question you can ask for this one and this topic as well?
No, not.
You don't want to?
No, that's not really that's not I think.
It's understanding the risk and trying to manage the risk, and the risk can change because vegetation is evolving and growing, you know, like if vegetation is removed, there could be more trees growing that could be a risk. So it's a changing state up here. So it's just understanding how do we.
I think this would be different. This is not a permissible thing. This is like, do you want to put it into the RMP? To be a suggestion of putting the summer plan in?
I probably wouldn't be that specific, but what I'm sort of maybe alluding to is council having a position on wildfire management.
Yeah.
To say council supports wildfire mitigation. Whatever words you maybe want to say around that, but to take a stance on, do we support wildfire mitigation?
I understand.
Yes or no?
And I'm thinking, and I made some notes around, I think it might have been Bruce McLeod's submission, that any commentary we have has to be robust and risk focused. I think to, you know, our AFRC, our 3 lines of defence and risk models and things in there, I really pick up that the summer plan is an operational response and amongst our kind of first and second lines of defence, and where we're coming from with the RMP is a bit more of the, as long as it stays risk focused to me, I don't think we need to get too down into the operational details because as we've said with climate change, we might be looking 3 years from now of all of a sudden really spiking temperatures over summer. That means we've got a much higher risk than we're envisaging currently.
So I'd suggest that the RMP needs to be a bit more permissive in terms of allowing activities that help us manage our wildfire. And we're kind of doing that with the removal of vegetation.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would, yeah. I wouldn't maybe go as far as pointing it directly where it needs to happen in the RMP sense.
Would we go as far as looking at like water storage or anything like that? If we were starting to talk about things like that?
No, I don't think that would, no, that would be, that's huge.
Yeah, but that's the sort of thing.
But
like
we've got to
a
be like, yeah, no, we wouldn't do that. No, we wouldn't do that because that would be part of the FENS response. That's FENS's response. We're not in the response phase, so we don't. But I guess
don't have to consider,
no, we don't.
when we're saying be more permissive around behaviours that might have us
Yeah,
by
so,
fire, we don't need to whack a big reserve up there. Reservoir.
No, but maybe I'm just thinking, Brian, it'd be more maybe allowing people to do wildfire management.
But we don't have wildfire in policy.
Under fire, 14.3.2 in the original one, 10, we've moved it, they did ask for us to give it more weight and bring it up in the document.
Oh,
which we
fire.
thought is, fair enough, and we've done that. So there were 3 policies in there currently, which was implement the activity controls, which we do for all the reserves, not just in Lomond and Queenstown Hill. Allow for reserve closures to mitigate the risk. And it's the same policy that we've just went through on the Mount Iron Reserve Management Plan. So we're trying to have some consistency there, especially with legal. That's been reviewed by legal, that one. And then the 3rd one was support the removal and or modification of vegetation to reduce the likelihood of a wildfire.
So what number is it? Lost in the.
Yeah, 14, it used to be 14.3.10, but it's now 14.3.5
14.3.5, okay.
on page 29.
So maybe, I was just thinking, because we're kind of thinking about a specific group of people, but I think the wildfire is quite a discussion for the whole reserve, how we want to manage the whole reserve, both in terms of visitors and commercial businesses. So, yeah.
I'm just trying to think of some wording around here to encapsulate, yes, you're protecting commercial users, but there's also residential. So how do we wrap all that up?
Do you mean protect the users as in terms of them staying open or protect them from?
No, without being more so specific about commercial users, but we've got a very large forestry which sits right on the border of urban. And I just feel like there's weight put on the safety and risk elements associated with that piece.
But is it, I think we need to be careful here as well, because they're in the urban boundary outside the reserve. So I know you're saying what can we do to protect them, but then I think that's a FENS assessment. Sometimes
Well, there's budget in the LTP for the.
a fire break, and that's protecting the people within the reserve, because fires travel uphill and a lot of fires start along in the
I see.
boundary.
Protecting up,
It's not protecting down, it's not protecting down, so it's protect- but then if the reserve was to burn, that would have an effect probably on the town
Yeah,
completely.
yes.
But it is the plan that we had written for us in terms of the mitigation that was protecting within the reserve, yeah. Mhm.
So I guess one way I some sort of thinking about what we're dealing with here, where I sort of think if I look at 14.3.2 3.7, if somebody comes in and says, so we love the trees, we love the trees and we want to retain them. We would have an RMP that kind of supports it, the removal, because it's that invasive species and even effect. Another thing that might even add weight to their discussion is that the RMP supports removal to reduce the wildfire risk.
Yeah.
So it kind of establishes a bit of a position. If we wrote it the other way, then do that retain. So that's how it may be used.
Yeah, I mean, there's loads of crossover here between other sections, biodiversity.
Yeah.
Massive, wild conifers
Mhm.
removal, they all come into here. I'm just wondering, is there a way we can reference back to some of those other areas where we have been a little bit more descriptive in the 14 point whatever it is, to support the fire actions that we're taking?
Can you give us an example what you mean? What you think?
Yeah.
Can you, or is it you're still thinking?
No, I'm still thinking.
The thing-
I think we're not going there because it is a touchy subject.
What do you mean, what do you mean not going there? So,
Well, when you look at most of the other hot topics we're talking about here, we've fleshed them out pretty well, and there's, you know, quite a few points there, but for fire, we've got 3 points, pretty brief,
mhm.
and let's status quo. We haven't really looked at where it's at right now and how we're gonna manage, and how we're gonna take into perspective of the views of the submitters. And I'm just wondering, how do we capture that better? And we're already taking actions which actually supports it better anyway. It's just how we're tying that in to
Yeah.
actually being under the fire
Oh, I
category
see.
versus under biodiversity or
That's kind of
biting conifers.
Yeah,
or-
by referring to those other ones, those other actions, we're adding more weight to this.
Without saying, hey, we're specifically going
Mhm.
to operate this on the commercialist piece because you guys shout about us. It's actually, how do we make sure that fire stands on its own as its own sort of section, but it's supporting the other categories as well.
So do we, or have we already pointed to prioritising our wilding eradication around fire management as being one of the first? Like if we were, some of the areas we talked about, said, well, if we were going to look at how we cleared wildings, first batches might be fire batches or closer to the base building area or.
How we prioritise.
Yeah, how we prioritise that removal, do we give weighting to wildfire management?
Yeah, so it's to take into account wildfire management and
The forestry.
prioritisation of removal of trees.
Well, it could be for prioritising human life and then property or.
Yeah,
Is that for the management plan to do that though, or do you just need to expand a little more on what the wildfire plan does do?
because when I said that in submissions around, why don't you just get on and take the trees out yourselves, and the feedback was, well, we've done that in all the area that we're allowed, but now we want you guys to prioritise removing the bits that are creating the most wildfire risk
To,
human life or property.
yeah, but is that adequately also addressed in terms of wildfire breaks around the residential zones where people are 24/7 as opposed to 10 to
Yeah.
2 PM, whatever, you know, it's like,
Doesn't at this point.
you know, like, I guess that's,
Weird.
yeah, so and I'm not sure how this works, but obviously a lot of work has been done on that commercial protection of that, the people in that commercial footprint
Yes.
versus all of the residential areas, which are also immediately adjacent without any clearance having. So I see what you're saying, it's not stand alone and not just be not buried, but concentrated in the
Just around our
commercial.
leases,
Yeah.
but we said we've landlocked a lot of this reserve with
Yeah.
residential and other bits, so we.
Because well, council also has an obligation to protect life and property through wildfire management, you know, along the back of Fern Hill, you know, Lomond Crescent, all of those sorts of places.
Yeah, but it has done that, it's meant that, so with the wildfire closure plan. So,
And we do have the budget of 21 million in the LTP to do the wildfire mitigation within the reserves, and we're just working, and there's a business case, but it's the prioritisation of where all that happens hasn't been set yet, and I don't think this is a plan that should say where and what should go first. So I think that's where by having four people at the 3.7 that just says support the removal, and then you've got the forestry. It is all enabled within this plan, but it's that operational detail of where and when the stages will happen from there. Yeah, and I think that's what we're working through at the moment. Even with the Lomond stakeholder group, we're still trying to understand how many trees should be removed, and no one's sort of had that discussion on what needs to go yet, or who would pay for that, or what that looks like, because we don't know yet how many trees need to go.
Where's in the overall objective, where's the statement about wildfire?
9.3.
So in section 12, we talk about, you know, the overarching goals and the succinct statements on the principal aims of this management plan. There doesn't appear to be anything about wildfire. It could, you know,
Work with friends, but it doesn't.
but it doesn't specifically state these reserves are, you know, have high wildfire risk and therefore need to be managed as such.
We have in 12.2, we have to manage the reserves in a way that responds and adapts to that.
Yeah.
It's climate change and natural hazards, and we've said up in the natural hazards section that wildfire.
But where is the overarching goal about wildfire? It's definitely there, it's on all the other policies, but it could also be in here in a well-worded statement.
We need to elevate it.
so I was just mentioning we could acknowledge it in the context, but could it be a sort of, so change, rather than talking about the wildfire, is it more about working with the stakeholders, so in the objectives, work with the stakeholders to come up with a wildfire plan in the absence of
I guess
trees or something like that.
the point is though, we need to be careful that it actually applies to all reserve, all of the reserve land and all of the affected parties, and not just a specific stakeholder group that's been set up for a specific area.
I'm just thinking, just trying to think, you know, how to we could attack this, and I'm not quite sure if we're doing it.
I think just put another objective.
Or do we include it into 12.2, just wildfire into 12.2?
Including wildfire.
Yeah.
I think it should be standing alone, isn't it? Because it is, I mean, you know, it's quite a, it's like one conifers, it is not the job of the reserve management plan to manage it, but should probably acknowledge that it is quite a contributing factor to our management of the reserve.
The wildfire would take care of removal of pine trees.
So would you want the objective, well, as you're sensible, the objective should be about managing wildfire? Or is it about more maybe working and providing for the?
The objective is about managing wildfire, but then when I come to say the 14, we've got allow for reserve closures to mitigate risk of reserve users. So we've actually now started to delve in operations, even though the management plan possibly shouldn't, but we are. So if we're going to go there, should we say allow the reserve closures and other wildfire mitigation methods, or consider other wildfire mitigation methods? Because reserve closures as councils only plan of attack.
But I think that muddies it with the reserve closure. That's a policy that should be standalone on its own, and not, I think then you need a separate policy, what you're saying.
Yeah, well, I just think that when we can come up with it, just to kind of say, whilst this plan's job is not to manage wildfire, the wildfire risk and presence and the contributing factors
affect the management of the reserve.
Cool.
So it should probably be somehow worded as such to kind of, you know, it is unique on both of these reserves that this management plan relates to, is that wildfire risk and the contributing factors.
We've got to acknowledge the magnitude of the risk.
But and also how it affects the management of the reserve, both through reserve closures, but also the prioritisation and, you know, seeking to remove the pines, which impacts the recreation activities because of the wild and conifer spread, but also because of the wildfire risk. Like, they kind of go hand in hand. But it just needs to be done in a way that it's not seeking to be operational or.
Yeah. Yes, it's acknowledging that
It's just a
connection
goal.
between biodiversity or wildfire, wild conifer risk management.
What would the overarching goal be around wildfire? It would be, you know, if money wasn't an issue and everyone worked together and the residents were happy and the operators were happy, what would the goal be?
Well, if we removed all that politics, it would be saving lives, saving property, creating more biodiversity, would be my 3 picks. So it would align then with, biodiversity wouldn't align with anything. Because there's no other.
So that sounds like an objective, like kind of along the lines of manage your wildfire risks, remove the risk, management, remove the wildfire risk to the extent that the wildfire closure plan is no longer needed.
But is that possible if we were in?
Just,
Yeah.
that's what it, you know, rather than
Or next 10 years.
protect the commercial thing, it sounds like, because that's what the wildfire thing does, is it protects people and the commercial businesses.
Yeah.
To, I guess.
But does it,
Do you manage it so that it's no longer necessary?
because I don't imagine the wildfire plan looks to protect and enhance the reserve values.
No.
It manages safety and wildfire and property,
Yeah.
whereas the management plan should be managing wildfire in a way that is protecting and enhancing the reserve values.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, that the objective would be here to permit the plan to be permissive in the sense that it allows us to manage it to a point where there's no longer need for reserve closures.
Yeah.
Reserve management.
I'm thinking, sorry,
Yeah.
there's something along those lines.
Because of the nature, even with the vegetation of, there's still risk there, you know, like it's the actual, so I don't think you can always remove the risk. So I don't think we're ever going to get to that state. So you've got to just bring it back.
Really, to be honest, if we could get to a point where there was no need for a reserve closure plan, maybe not entirely, because I think that would be a pretty good outcome.
It's that eliminate, isolate or mitigate.
We could do some work on
Risk
that.
management, right?
Actually, yeah, there's kind of-
Shall we do some work?
yeah, isolation of it, mitigate,
Yeah.
eliminate.
No, that's right. If we add, obviously, there's a section, the introduction to wildfire, we can add some more context to that, mention the stakeholder group and what's happening in FEMS, and then within the objective, make wildfire clearer there, and then revisit just those policies to see if there's anything that we need to put in there, and then you could review that to see if that.
What have you got for Coronian Forest? Reserve management plan?
It's not a reserve, it's endowment land, so it doesn't have a plan at the moment.
But once there's public access in there, it probably would be appropriate to have some sort of management plan.
Yes, it will be appropriate to have it,
And
and
there's no activities as such.
Yeah,
and it's probably worse up there with the slash.
I was just thinking
Side.
you almost start from scratch with that. You can come
Yeah.
up with whatever you like because there's no users really there yet.
Yeah.
So what does that look like versus, you know,
Yeah.
establish something that's already out of control as conifers.
I'm just wondering if we can go to that just more generic risk management language around elimination, isolation and mitigation. We've got elimination plan long-term. Isolation, we're talking about different areas. Mitigation, we're talking about different programs. I'm just wondering if that's something that we could use language like that around how we are approaching wildfire.
Yeah, but I think it is with the lens of the reserve management aspect, you know, reserve first and foremost, and that vision. I think that's how it differs to the fire management, the wildfire management plan is the operational plan of how to protect the people in the property. Probably not making much sense, it's like 6,000, but I think,
Maybe a
Yeah.
bit more work and
yeah,
using more words or options or.
Should we reference the wildfire management plan?
There isn't a wildfire management plan.
In terms of
The user group.
establishing
Or the user group, we spoke about that and we were wondering, in here, we've just said key stakeholders instead of specific groups, but Ziptree can see for them to be.
because we've also got Queenstown Hill,
Yeah.
and those
So we
operations
can
are not on
sort of
Queenstown Hill, or in, when you have bike park, or that's where I think a broader, you know, Queenstown Hill being Lomond reserve specific wildfire policy would kind of acknowledge that it's not just concentrated on you know, that Bulls Peak area. Because it's equally as important to ensure the safety of all reserve users, Queenstown Hill and those sorts of things, isn't it?
So, I thought the other thing, the reason I'd probably not recommend referencing the wildfire summer plan is in reference to this other proposal down at 1 mile.
Well, yeah, because that would,
They would probably.
if that was to eventuate, that would also be.
I don't
and
know
those-
what that looks like, you know, but I would suspect that would.
Or equally, a new transport gondola, they would want to keep operating, and reserve closures.
So a policy for both reserves.
Yeah,
makes
that was
sense.
kind of enduring,
Yeah,
around recognising wildfire and the impacts of reserve management, but yeah, it's like 5 years' time, there are some other,
forest.
you know, operations that have low people concentrated in one area, and currently we're operating on, well, we can just close Queenstown Hill or 1 mile, but we might also need to provision.
I know. Councillors, happy with that, Matt? A bit more work?
For them.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't
Sorry.
feel like we've given you much.
I know, I know, I think we understand now, just and then I think you can review it and say, oh, no, this is not the direction, or this is actually adequate or not.
Is it, I was just thinking, is there any of the points that we raised this morning, or are there any additional submissions that we haven't really covered off today?
You'll close up shortly, but I think you've been pretty good because you've been discussion, exploring the topics and understanding it, and then you've given us a little bit of direction, you know, because we need a little bit of discussion to get that direction, so it's good for us to understand it. Thank you, appreciate it.
Thanks for working it through. Sorry to make it so complicated, but it is a complicated topic.
Yes, really, it's a different start.
I think we've got to do our homework on this thing because it affects so many people. So it's quite important. So thanks for your time.
Thank you, Matt. Lisa? Yeah, I just go back to what I said at the start around those words that I heard last week, you know, a handshake with the community, and we're certainly working with that, I think, from the panel's point of view. Got that front of mind a little bit, but long way to go. So thank you, staff, for your day. And we look forward to the next gathering. June? Resolution to adjourn.
No, you've got another resolution of the report.
Should we send, I think if we go through the plan, do the correct changes, send it, they can all review individually, and then decide whether or not that may be adequate enough. Plus,
So we're not.
plus we will provide the spreadsheet with comments on what we changed and what, you know, like what we changed and why, so that there's visibility, and then you can see if there's anything missing. I think that would be the best way forward. So the track changes in the document.
Yeah.
And then the submissions with an extra column down the side saying whether we address them and how.
Yeah.
So that you can actually have that visibility.
With regards to the deliberations, we just need to go through this to adjourn. Resolution is required that the hearing panel 1 note the contents of this report 2, no more submissions on the draft RMP and hearing submittals who wish to speak to their submission and recommend to the Community and Services Committee. Following the hearing, a final form of the Taumata-o-Hakitekura, Ben Lomond and Tapunui Queenstown Hill Reserve Management Plan with changes as an outcome of the consultation process. But this is about adjourning this meeting. Adjourned at 9 minutes after 3. All those in favour? Aye, opposed? No one? Adjourned.
Thank you. Yeah, it's right. That costs back.